Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is our Sustainable Saturday show. Welcome. It's a fun day in America when we can do a show uninterrupted, unimpeded by any censors and people that are constantly telling people what to say or do. But our sophisticated propaganda machine in America has the ability to shut down people like me and prevent me from being seen in the mainstream media. They've got the ability to filter where we are seen on the internet. Our subscriber count and follower count at YouTube and Twitter have been the same, exact same number for 9 years. That's statistically impossible, especially considering I've done over 20,000 hours of broadcasting in that time period. Prior to that, we did quite a bit of growth in our blog TV days, and it then flatlined. All our donations have virtually flatlined since then. So there's a very powerful censorship tool in play. We know that. But in some countries, it's even worse. We just got film. Final just brought us some film from China. And I want to show you what re-education is like in China. It's no different than what Hitler did in his country with the Jews. Watch this. You're going to see some people being held against their will in a big way with blindfolds on, waiting to be sent to rail cars. This is a typical day in China. Were these the Hong Kong dissenters? We don't know. All I can tell you is this is real, and this is right there in front of our face. Yeah. We're not making this up. You're looking at it right there. Yeah. Pretty trippy, huh? Yeah, hey, KY, how are you, man? Could be organ harvesting, but these are people being sent to basic re-education camps, much like Hitler did in the 1930s. They're being carted away like animals. What did they do? We don't know. You know, prisoners in the U.S. are not blindfolded and treated like animals. There's a certain standard by which prisoners are moved from port to port, and yeah. Many people are Muslims who are being re-educated to not be Muslim. Okay, so now we got other stories to talk about, big news stories. The controversy between Trump and Biden continues. Biden, this video we have from the Dirty Truth has Biden's corruption pretty much laid out. I just played it. I'm going to play it again for everybody. But Biden was working directly with the Ukrainian government as part of his detail, and he used his office to manipulate the Ukrainians' decision to hire a prosecutor that was prosecuting his son's case, Hunter Biden, who was making $50,000 a month, which many people must realize, people profiting from positions like Biden was, that needs scrutiny. So Biden probably did something very wrong and should have been prosecuted. This video explains it. Let's go there.
But does this...
Leaders, US Vice President Joe Biden pledged to help Ukraine through the crisis, including an aid package of $50 million.
We can help in stabilizing and strengthening Ukraine's economy by helping you withstand the unfair economic pressure being thrust upon you. We stand ready to do that, and I say the American people stand ready.
But I'm wondering if the State Department has any concerns or any thoughts about the vice president's son joining the board of directors of this Ukrainian gas company. Does, in particular, I understand why the White House would refer this to the vice president's office, but does this building diplomatically have any concerns about potential perceptions of conflict or / cronyism, which is what we've often accused the Russians of doing?
No, he's a private citizen.
Okay. But
I was not but it just happened to be that was the assignment I got. I got all the good ones, so I got Ukraine, and I remember going over convincing our team, our others, to convincing that we should be providing for loan guarantees. And I went over, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kyiv, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. I said, no, we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting $1 billion.
You're not getting $1 billion. So now the entire story is being pumped by the Republicans. They're building an ad around it. Same thing.
Not one single one.
Now to our ABC News investigation this morning into Joe Biden's son Hunter and questions about money he made from foreign business dealings while his father was vice president.
You have a big story tonight on the New York Times website. Tomorrow, page 1 of the print edition.
Was Hunter Biden profiting off his dad's work as vice president, and did Joe Biden allow it? We're talking about millions of dollars in at least 2 countries.
We have Joe Biden as vice president having intervened to sort of force the firing of a Ukrainian prosecutor who happened to have an open case looking into a company, a Ukrainian gas company that was employing Joe Biden's son.
There's no reason to pay Hunter Biden $50,000 a month.
Hunter Biden worked for a natural gas company in Ukraine, which is totally fair game.
Okay, so you see how the liberal media has been getting away with this, and the Republicans are making a big deal about it, right? So everyone's going, okay, well, we've got this dirt on Biden. Let's use it. Then Donald Trump contacts the Ukrainian government. Apparently, he reportedly sought help of the foreign government against Joe Biden. So he's then plotting with the Ukrainian government, which is now part of this new whistleblower case. You see where this is going? Now part of the new whistleblower case. Trump did the unthinkable. He violated his role, reached out to Ukraine to get dirt on Joe Biden after Joe Biden obviously, admittedly, rigged it so that his son Hunter wasn't prosecuted in Ukraine using his power. So Joe Biden misused his power, and then on top of it, Trump didn't have good advisors and went ahead and contacted Ukraine and misused his power. So the two parties are clearly screwing up left and right. That's my summation here. Yeah. We can prosecute Trump now, too. Yep, and I agree. It is one of the most impeachable offenses out there. If this isn't impeachable, for Trump to actually reach out to Ukraine to get dirt on his opponent, even after the story broke, I don't know what is. Well, apparently everything's impeachable with Donald Trump. They're going to be pursuing the impeachment next week. And many people are stepping up and doing what they have to get the truth out. Yeah. Which I'm glad. Including this woman right over here, who's taking on Nadler and has already raised over $250,000 against Nadler, the guy pursuing the impeachment. This is the future of Democratic New York state politics. Lindsey Boylan really winning over a lot of people asking for impeachment, saying Nadler is dragging his heels, trying to move toward impeachment and done nothing. I agree with her. I definitely think that she's on the right track toward getting the answers to what we're looking at. Obviously, an impeachment of Donald Trump in the House would be just like the impeachment of Bill Clinton in the House during the Republicans' reign of control. So if the Democrats don't move toward impeachment before the election, everyone will think of them as weak. And considering the Democrats have stronger numbers than the Republicans in the popular election, they could very well move this election toward the Democratic nominee. Obviously, a third party is being pushed aside right now. Okay, guess 585, is he life raping you, KY? KY Poopy's in the room, and he was life raped in Kentucky. Are you getting life raped right now? Do you feel hurt or in any way, this person is bothering you? All right. I don't want anyone to feel like they're in a bad, hostile environment when they're in the show. Was it hurtful what he said? Guess 585? All right. The entire government would go to prison if an honest investigation were to happen? So true, Reptoid. Good point. David, were you ever abused as a child? I guess you would have to say I was abused as a child. It wasn't by my parents, though. Yeah, I had nothing to do with my mother or father. I had an abusive teacher in one of my classes that used to beat her children. And I was abused by that. It's on the record in my cum folder. Yeah, she's my second grade teacher, and she abused everybody in the class, and I called her on it and reported it to the principal. But yeah, I could have a lot of discussion about how a bad abuse can be for children. It's one of the most horrible, life-threatening. Everyone's attitude is changed by the abuse that went on in their childhood. It really makes or breaks your life, really how you are. No, I wasn't a snitch. I actually reported a full-on abuse by a teacher. I don't know. There were a lot of priests in your area that molested children? Because I understand there's over 1,000 priests today. They're getting away with it right now as we speak. And nobody seems to care, except me. I care. Do you care? Press 1 if you care about the abuse by priests in our parishes. I know many of you probably care. Anyone who presses 1 would care. Yeah, there we have another person caring. And let's add to that list all of the scout leaders. There were 14,000 abuse cases prior to 2010 in the Boy Scouts. 14,000. I imagine there's still even more than that. So some of you care about the abuse going on in our Catholic priests, along with churches. Many churches have had little pedophiles working with the children. We had a Christian church in our area that had a black guy who just kept offering himself up for, taking care of the kids. And sure enough, he molested at least 15 of them and posted their faces on MySpace, back when MySpace was happening. It's like he was bragging about the kids as they were like trophies to him. I did not hear about the earthquake, no. In Albania? Okay, who is this whistleblower?
Do you want to address this whistleblower story?
Is this the whistleblower, you think?
The whistleblower, whether it was ridiculous story.
It's a partisan whistleblower. They shouldn't even have information. I've had conversations with many leaders that always appropriate. I think Scott can tell you that. Always appropriate, at the highest level, always appropriate. And anything I do, I fight for this country.
Okay, there's a little problem with what's going on here. There is a problem with his hair. Apparently, he has some sort of a paper tape on his hair, holding it together. Makeup, could we get in here and work on the president's head here?
I fight so strongly for this country. It's just another political hack job. That's all it is.
Mr. President, do you have plastic paper on your hair holding your wig down, sir?
Point did you discuss Joe Biden, his son, or his family with the leadership?
It doesn't matter what I discuss, but I will say this. Somebody ought to look into Joe Biden's statement because it was disgraceful.
See, now he's caught in this mix-up because he should never have contacted the Ukrainian government on the details of this event, but he did anyway. If he had used the proper channels and put together a grand jury investigation into Biden, that would have been appropriate. But because he worked through secret channels to get dirt on his opponent, now he's in hot water.
where he talked about billions of dollars that he's not giving to a certain country unless a certain prosecutor is taken off the case. So somebody ought to look into that, and you wouldn't because he's a Democrat. And the fake news doesn't look into things like that. It's a disgrace. But I had...
Obviously, the fake news did. That was a media story that broke 2 years ago. This is really kind of amazing. It's coming out now, after all the misdeeds that Trump has engaged in over the past few years with Russia and the oligarchs. And I believe Mueller is part of the cover-up at this point, because Mueller purposely redacted 9% of that file, the dirtiest 9%, on a basis, a false pretense that Roger Stone had something to do with the missing emails. Roger Stone had never, ever even alluded to his having control of those emails. It was always a discussion of Seth Rich having those emails. And Mueller never even investigated Seth Rich. Mueller overlooked a lot of things in that case, in the 448 pages of Donald Trump's investigation. Mueller overlooked the call that Jared Kushner made to Kislyak, asking him for a private, secret connection to the Kremlin that could be not tapped by the NSA. How do we know that? The NSA actually heard a conversation from Kislyak and the Kremlin that he had, and overheard that Jared Kushner had asked to get a secret line of communication. This is before Trump was even elected. So Jared Kushner was plotting with the Russians to get one of his buildings sold, his 666 Fifth Avenue building. Thanks, Daryl. No, I did use the fruit spray. It wears off quickly. Thank you. I have plenty. I just filled it up last week. This is a fruit enzyme from Michel Dermaceuticals, 1-to-10 ratio with Fountain of Youth water, which I traveled far distances to get this Fountain of Youth water. It's not easy getting it too. I went through hell to get that Fountain of Youth water. A veritable Indiana Jones experience last summer just to get about 10 gallons of it. Yeah, that Fountain of Youth water is rare. How do you know these facts, Dave? Well, I follow the news, Guest 923. Anyway, we've got obviously a serious he said type of conflict between Biden and Trump. That's really it's a no-brainer, really, except for the fact that Donald Trump is now obstructing justice in allowing a whistleblower to complain about something he said to the Ukrainian leader. Now, was this something he said, that he was asking the Ukrainian leader about Biden, or was it something he promised the Ukrainian leader, Poroshenko? Now, remember, the Michael Cohen investigation showed that Michael Cohen had received money from both Poroshenko and a group of Russians who were trying to finance the growth of Artemenko's candidacy. Artemenko is a pro-Russian candidate in Ukraine, and all that money funneled into Michael Cohen's hands. We know he got money from both sides. And he was the one pitching Artemenko when Michael Flynn was kicked out for having worked with the Russians. Donald Trump literally had a national security agent work for the Russians. His now Attorney General, William Barr, wrote a letter in defense of Michael Flynn working for the Russians, not admitting he worked for the Russians, but rather said, don't investigate him. William Barr has openly been on record trying to not investigate a known Russian agent working for the Russians. So William Barr is suspect in this case, our Attorney General. Plus, William Barr is suspect in the case with the recent discovery that Jeffrey Epstein died, and he's asking about an investigation when William Barr, his father, Donald Barr, was the first person to hire Jeffrey Epstein at that Dalton prep school where he molested little girls, allegedly. He started his little trip in molesting children. That was Donald Barr, William Barr's father. I mean, this is all over the place. William Barr should recuse himself as our Attorney General immediately. He can't even pursue a case, an investigation. In fact, if the Democrats had their act together, they'd have an independent grand jury investigation of Jeffrey Epstein's disappearance. Because clearly Jeffrey Epstein did not die. Clearly. Any moron will look at those photos of the dead picture versus his real face and say that's not him. David, if the CIA runs the nation, does that make Hoover the first gay? No. The CIA went after J. Edgar Hoover and label him a blatant homosexual, blah, blah, blah. That's all a disinformation campaign. J. Edgar Hoover was one of the few people that had dirt on everybody in Washington. Now it's Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, so he has more protection than J. Edgar Hoover had. But Hoover found out about the Nazis' link to Prescott Bush. Hoover was the one that had discovered that George H.W. Bush's father, Prescott, was money laundering for Adolf Hitler. That was all J. Edgar Hoover. You can thank him for that. The McCarthy trial was kind of spawned by J. Edgar Hoover's revelation of communist infiltration into our government. We're having it again, but it's not just communism. It's not the... Back in the 50s, it was the communist ethos, Marxism, that was luring a lot of liberals in the media industry into that thinking. Now it's more monetary. Yeah, people who want money, like Republicans, to get reelected are willing to take money from Russian oligarchs, like Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell are doing for their reelection. And I'm sure there's some Democrats getting Russian money too. So it's no longer ideological. It's now financial, and greed is dominating the Russians' penetration into our country yet again. So I stand against the Russian takeover of our nation. I don't have a brother named Denny. That's a person impersonating himself. I don't know. There's no brother in my life named Denny. Sorry. Yeah, in fact, we're going to be prosecuting that person. We know for a fact it's Lot Lizard, a guy who's gang stalked me for many years and makes a lot of money from Mark. We know that too. No, what did Misanthropy say about me yesterday on Frank Taylor's cat? And did you copy it? I request that you copy any screen grab, anything that you see. Otherwise, it's hearsay. I told Misanthropy we'd gladly watch him, in our room. We appreciate his input. But when he talks behind my back and then spam the N-word, and we have copies of that, when I walked out of my cooking show into this show, he had spammed the N-word. That was a bannable offense. But I unbanned Misanthropy, telling him, hey, I'm trying to give you a solid warning. If you keep bad-mouthing me and doing this behind my back, you won't be in the show. Anyway, he got my message, and he said that I spoke ill of him behind his back. I didn't. I merely told Met Nemesis that Misanthropy's not likely to be a person who's going to be a friend. I was just telling the truth. It's not likely he's going to, have a close friendship there. And it's no big deal. I mean, some of you may want to reach out. It's your choice. But I wasn't maliciously maligning him. Thank you, Mad Dog, for making that donation. We unbanned Victory for Cake because he believes, and I remember he actually believes there's somebody impersonating him on Twitter. And I'm willing to believe that. I am. Shout out to the 1.3 million viewers on iBlog who've been jilted out of the being counted. I know. It says 13 people, and it's 1.3 million. Go figure. It happens. We don't have, yeah, that's what he says. That's what he says. He says as a county. So we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But if we continue to see any bizarre behavior in our room, not on Twitter, but in our room, we're going to certainly deal with that. Yeah, we had a few people the other night that had been writing bad things about me and false statements on Twitter. And I do believe that that's something that you're welcome to do. It's free speech. But making false statements about me, that's slanderous. Okay. Yeah. So why was Jeffrey Epstein meeting Prince MBS in Riyadh the day of the election? Yeah. We don't know. Why did Jeffrey Epstein's private jet fly to the Riyadh on the eve of the 2016 election? There's evidence in the Michael Cohen discussions and hearings that Trump was soliciting funds from Saudi Arabia as well as Russia. And no one's bothering to pursue that. Nadler is dragging his hands and dragging his efforts and not really ramping up his efforts. And that's really kind of sad. It seems like Nadler's doing Nancy Pelosi's bidding by being so weak. I think Donald going against the air pollution standards in California is perfectly fine. I think the air pollution control standards in California have dragged the rest of the country down and hurt a lot of car companies, especially VW. Well, what does Prince MBS have in common with Jeffrey Epstein? That's the question. And I think we can find out rather quickly when we realize that Jeffrey Epstein is in fact Prince MBS. That's right. Very strong resemblance. No, I'm just kidding. It's a joke, okay? You don't have to take me seriously. But you can see they could be like brothers from another mother. Yeah. Maybe Jeffrey has connections with the Mossad, and he has a lot of dirt on pedophiles. And because Jeffrey Epstein is a honeypot of pedophile blackmail for the Mossad and the CIA, maybe that's why he was meeting Prince MBS. Yeah, maybe they got dirt on him. Who knows? Maybe Prince MBS spent some time at Jeffrey Epstein's island with all the video cameras playing, and he didn't realize he was being filmed. Yeah. I don't know. I'm making this stuff up out on the fly. I can't verify any of it. Let's just run our imaginations. What were they doing? Play this, though. Okay, this incredible ibex climbs a damn force of nature with a Brian Cox, episode 3.
The rock that was used to build this dam contains essential minerals that have been dissolved in water. Minerals rich in the calcium that these animals need to stay.
Okay, this sounds really sustainable. I'll play that tonight. Appreciate it. And we'll put this in Enviro as well. Okay, we're building a sustainable Saturday here, so that involves no war. You don't have any sound? Yeah, is Dave trying to pretend like Prince MBS is Jeffrey Epstein? It was just a joke. I was just throwing it out there. I don't know what these two people have in common, other than similar noses. I try not to remember those people. Sir Trump is sending troops and billions to the Saudis. I know. He's trying to help Prince MBS. Oh, yeah. Trump is hook, line, and sinker in the pocket of Saudis and Israel. And that's why the rest of the world hates our country so much. You didn't know that? Yeah, I thought you knew that. Trump is, like Biden, a Zionist. Like, I don't know about MBS being a Zionist, but Jeffrey Epstein is definitely a Zionist. He's a Mossad agent. We know that for a fact. In fact, Labor Secretary Acosta said that he had to give him a light sentence in 2007, only 13 months for prostituting 50 girls. Yeah, because he was told he was in intelligence. He was in intelligence. Meaning, got to go light on this guy because he's in intelligence. Wink, wink. So that's why Jeffrey Epstein, survived the alleged suicide and is now living on the island. And we saw photographs of him August 30th. Yeah, a drone flew over his island 20 days after he allegedly died, and there he was, sitting there, hanging out, sitting there. But if you buy the story that he was somehow, suicided, with the camera leading to and from his room was completely compromised and shut down at 4:30 in the morning, and someone has posted an anonymous statement from the prison that they oversaw a white van come in and a guy in green military fatigues carry a body in and Jeffrey out. That's what they've seen. So if you don't believe this happened, then you're a conspiracy theorist and a domestic terrorist threat in the eyes of some people. Yeah, so you're supposed to believe all these stories they give you. I'm not here to comment about women. This show is about war. Yeah, we don't want war. And Trump sending troops and billions to the Saudis only creates the climate for more war. Now, what did Prince MBS do that got him a big arms sale? Lockheed Martin sold a lot of stuff to him recently. There was talk about nuclear exchange, tactical nuclear weapons. No validity in the news yet to validate that. I'm still looking. The prince obviously got a good weapons package. Lockheed Martin got a lot of money. We get low-cost energy. Trump says we don't need their oil. I disagree. We get 18% of our fuel from Saudi Arabia, and they leverage quite a bit of weight in the OPEC nation consortium. Okay, and the Houthis are good fighters, but they got funding from our CIA during President Saleh's takeover and Arab Spring. So if the Houthi rebels were truly receiving like drones from Iran, we wouldn't know that necessarily unless the CIA could verify that. Now, the CIA have people on the ground in Yemen working with the Houthi rebels so closely that it would be questionable as to whether the Houthi rebels even got the drones from Iran or from the CIA for that matter. Why would our CIA seed a war? What would they possibly gain from starting a war with Iran? Well, the end game, the long-term goal is for our country to take over 7 nations for the people that fund our country, which would be the Rothschilds. The idea would be the New World Order is trying to destroy 7 nations, many of which include Iran, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, and many others. So if we've been systematically trying to take down these countries, then we'd have a purpose in destroying Iran's leadership and taking over their conventional weaponry. That could be a theory behind a need for the CIA to start a war with Iran. Complicated, I know, but it's so much easier to talk about fun stuff, you know, like Joe Biden kissing women. Basically, the deal is find a girl that looks at you, and the way Biden's granddaughter looks at him, and give her a kiss. There you go. See? So what's going on in Biden's head that he has all these unnatural behaviors around young girls? I don't know. Larry Sinclair. Can you get it? Why every night you give me this request? And every night I have to queue it up for you, and frankly, it gets a little tiresome. But I'll do it for you if you insist. Here we go. Larry Sinclair on Obama.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
All right, does that satisfy your Larry Sinclair fixation? And a Mad Dog made a request for Reverend Manning. Yeah, and I don't blame him. He likes Reverend Manning because he speaks to the white people in America who are troubled. I hear you, man. Let's listen to Reverend Manning now. Get your urge satisfied.
I mean, it's just an insult. It's one thing to have a president that you're okay, all right, he's Republican, you're a Democrat, he's Republican, you disagree on policy. But this man is destroying what God loves. He's destroying the fabric and the fiber of the nation.
Yep, and he was talking about Barack Obama. He's a very outspoken black leader, Reverend Manning, and he's speaking about how Obama sold out, basically, to corporate America, and I think a lot of people feel the same way. Hey, speaking of...
selling out.
Speaking of almost corporate America, Sarah, who invests in stocks and is tracking the stock market, you guys can check on where she's at on that. She unlike me, she invests, and I'm not a big investor. I see the game, though. I mean, you could actually...
David invests in food.
Well, I do invest in food. That goes bad. I invest in old food supplies that I have to constantly rotate, thinking the end of the world will be coming any decade now. I think so. It possibly could be, Melko. You're right. All right, we're going to take over. She's going to take over tonight, and we'll bring you the news to look at.
His Space Shuttle says he's been here for a decade, so.
Okay, there you have it. So Biden has framed the news. Right now, the news has Biden accusing Trump of overwhelming abuse of power, and then we've been talking about Trump's concern that, in fact, Biden misused power when he tried to help his son Hunter in the Ukraine. So this Ukraine story, that the whistleblower story, has blossomed into all kinds of accusations about Biden and about Trump. So Biden is taking the offensive, but believe me, the video I just played really points out that Biden really did misuse power, offering a $1 billion contract to Ukraine and then holding it in abeyance if they didn't fire a certain prosecutor that was prosecuting his son Hunter. It's misuse of power for a VP to do that, to use our foreign government's money. But when you look at how Donald Trump has behaved with China and how he's got a personal debt with China and how he's negotiated privately with China, and then now we have a trade war with China, you got to wonder if Trump isn't using the Chinese trade barrier as a way of gaining leverage for his own debt with China. It looks to me like Trump is doing the same damn thing with China. But then Trump compounded the problem by actually reaching out to Ukraine and misusing his power to find out about more dirt about Biden. So it's like one inept thing leads to another inept thing, and a corrupt thing leads to another corrupt thing. So that we're literally seeing a president engage in some pretty disreputable behavior himself, not just what Biden did. So I'll let you guys talk to Sarah. It seems to go back and forth in this matter.
They had held the funeral for Cokie Roberts today. If you are Melco, there's a guest over on iVlog that says hello. Oh, Trump and the Australian leader talked about China. I don't want to. No, I'm not going to play the rest of any Trump video. I'd rather not, thank you. I mean, thanks for putting it out there, but yeah. $1.7 million in the next 10 days or he's out. Well, goodbye. Yeah. I know what you meant, that Cokie was a cool lady. Hello, 134. I don't. Alright, if I played the video, then I would be listening to it. Do you guys want, how many of you besides Space Shuttle want to listen to what Trump and the Australian Prime Minister say about China? I don't want to listen to Trump. You do. Minus 10, minus 50, 134 does. Do you have the, do I have the link? Do you have the link? 134 wants to listen. What is this? The incredible ibex climbs a dam. Forces of nature with Brian Cox. I don't know, that's not it. President Trump goes off on media in Iran, full statement. Is that what it is? My metabolism. Used to be good, but not really. Why don't we just flipboard this? And that if this isn't yeah, that's true. I'm glad you're determined to keep your weight down. A minute or so. Do you have the link? Space Shuttle? I think David might have got it unless this is it. I'll ask, is this it? Well, David definitely doesn't like me eating a lot of sugar. I know. Yep, he wants to keep me hot. I'm going to take this off the screen until I get verification of what link they're referring to. Like molasses? Made out of rum, right? I don't know if this is it, but here's that video if you want to go watch it on your own. But you resist. Good. I'm glad you resist the molasses. Hello, Bob. Welcome. You could eat a whole jar of peanut butter and molasses. My mom used to like peanut butter and molasses. I still do like peanut butter and junk food, but I also like carrots and snap peas and I could do trivia tonight, Bob. What would you like to talk about? How's your life? Let me just get ready to pause this.
The coalition.
Oh, this is it. Trump goes off on media and Iran, full statement on Fox 10. Okay, this is it. Peas and carrots today and walnuts and hot sauce. Yeah, I had a bunch of things. Some were probably David, I was eating some dried kiwi and David's like, let me see that bag. Because I was kind of eating it like potato chips. There's like so much sugar in here because it's dried kiwi with sugar. Anyway. Alright, here we go. From the beginning. It's 32 minutes long. There's certain spot I should start.
It helps. That helps a lot. But we'll be meeting after this and having some very serious discussions about.
Can we just go to where he is with him? Okay.
For Australians, for Jenny and I to be here with the President and Mrs. Trump, it's a very gracious invitation, but it's an invitation that recognises not just the great relationship that the President and I have been able to forge so early. But this goes back a long way, this relationship. As the President often says, we've been in a lot of battles. And those battles, of course, is what's happened in the fields of conflict, but we're battling continuously for a prosperous and a free world.
And we've never lost.
Well, we've been doing great, and we're going to keep doing great because we're going to keep this partnership together. And it's a partnership where we both carry our own weight. As I said outside, we look to America, but we don't leave it to America.
Prime Minister, the President said he spoke for...
We've spoken many times. We need to ensure that as countries develop and realise their potential, well, they come onto a whole new level. And that means there can't be special rules around that. And we have a great relationship with China. China's growth has been great for Australia. But we need to make sure that we all compete on the same playing field. And this is something that the United States and Australia have been very consistent on. That we need to move into this new world where economies are changing. China is a big economy, not as big as the United States, but it's a big economy. And that means we've all got to get on the same page with how the rules work. And that's what we're working to achieve.
I will say this, we're making a lot of progress with China. They're having a very bad year, worst year in 57 years. The tariffs possible.
Would you expect Australia to join any military action?
We haven't discussed that. We'll be discussing that later. But we haven't discussed that yet.
So would you consider 50% tariffs or even 100% tariffs on China, as some have suggested?
I'm not going to get into that. Right now, China's paying 30% on $250 billion. That starts in another couple of weeks. As you know, President Xi called through his top people, and they have a 70th anniversary, a very important day for them, and it happened. Well, I'll let it. I think Scott and I would rather take a pass, though. I don't know. Would you like to be on there? I think, I'm not sure, but I know him pretty well. I think he and I will take a pass. But there are a lot of people that want to go up, and I have great respect for the astronauts. That's an incredible business.
Critical minerals from Australia, and how important is that industry?
Say it again?
Do you want to buy more critical minerals from Australia, and how important is that industry?
Well, Australia's mineral industry is massive. It's far bigger than that. I mean, very few countries have anything. For you, it's a much longer trip.
It is a bit.
But we look forward to it. We have a big message for UNGA. We have a big message, and I haven't been back to New York in a long time. I see that our part-time mayor will be now going back to New York, so they'll be able to work a little bit harder. But he dropped out of the presidential race a little while ago. Too bad. He had tremendous potential. He only had one real asset. You know what it was? Height. Other than that, he had nothing going. Market all-time high, and I think we've done it over 112 times.
God. Okay, I'm done. I see. You said never forget September 1983. You lost 70 friends in Lebanon. I thought you were banned Victory for Cake. David, I thought you banned Victory for Cake. I'm confused. There was an earthquake in Albania. There was a flood in Texas. He unbanned you. And he also hopefully unbanned Dr. Meow too, because why, or Dr. Meow TV. Why, I don't know why he bans people. I don't see the cigarette. Why does Trump have a cigarette paper stuck to the back of his head? I don't know what you're talking about. The Navy, the chair. No, I don't care. I just don't like, I don't care whether or not you're banned. I don't have anything against you. I don't call that tweeting for David. Thank you, DJ Sam on demand. I am doing well. Sorry. That wasn't you tweeting? Okay. Who was it? And why would they... I guess it was someone who has something to say about David, though. Alright, I understand that, because definitely I've had people have fake accounts of claiming that they're me when they're not. I actually had to go to Twitter to have it overturned or have certain sites taken down. They're misrepresenting. They had my face on there and their account name was like Sarah Hart. Yes, I did have to make an account in order to remove that account. You're right. I haven't tweeted since last May. Yeah. I understand, Jarhead. You probably like that song, Wake Me Up When September Ends. I haven't been there, but I feel for you having the survivor issues. Alright, everything's fine.
Great.
Don't know why we don't have access to Twitch, right?
No, I haven't started that. It requires some prep prior to the show. I haven't done it.
Yeah.
I can do it again. That's just
okay. That's the same thing. I haven't tweeted, so.
Yeah, no big deal.
I've been enjoying this book called The Innovators. Do I have enough energy to be an innovator? Maybe not. Good. And in the tweets I did tweet, I never linked the ATP Twitter account, so poor tweeting style. Good.
Melco. He's Space Shuttle.
Hello, Busy.
Melco changed his name to Space Shuttle. Don't listen to that.
Okay, since Melco's back, should we do an unban all?
No, I don't think it's Melco. It's the guy named Xenu. Xenu happens to share the same IP address that Melco has, according to others. I don't track IPs, but
got it.
They seem to be the same kind of a constant bother in the show.
Okay.
Don't listen to them try to create guilt in you. Just have fun on the news and ignore the criticism.
Xenu and Space Shuttle are saying you're both wrong, by the way. I don't know what that word is, Jarhead. You really need to something to Dave. Oh, talk to Dave? Here's a friendly hug to DJ. Why are you so ticked off? You need David for a few minutes. Okay. gaming app you play on, their server's been down all day, and there are many saying this generation better get their things together and understand servers, maybe. Or just better get their stuff together. People for generations have been saying, this generation better get their stuff together. That's just been going on forever. The younger generation doesn't know what they're talking about. So we all should become server experts and show them that we know what we're talking about if we have the energy. Your bank doesn't have internet at home. They say they don't want it. Your bank doesn't. Oh, but this generation is special, Juan. Yes. Hello, the meet. How are you? This is like the meeting place. And Pitrick has joined. Pitrick 35. Awesome. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm promoting a candidate you might not have heard of before. But maybe you have. His name is David Sponheim. Yes, he is running for President of the United States in 2020. Hang out for a while and you will meet him very shortly. My name is Sarah. We have other chat rooms we're chatting on as well. So if you hear me talking to other people and you're like, who is she talking to? We also broadcast on a site called iVlog. And we also broadcast on a site called vonlive.tv. So I'm glad that we got the Periscope show up and running, but we also have other ones as well. Hello, Kazamozas. Are you guys all interested in the election in 2020? Concerned about who's going to win the presidency? Well, I definitely am campaigning for a third-party candidate, David Sponheim. You can find out more at americasthirdparty.com and all that stuff. But, yes. What did you ever do to David? You gave him Biden links. Space Shuttle gave him Biden links. You gave him the link about Trump going off on the media in Iran, and then David says something about you being like some other troll chatter, and you're like, explain it to me, Sarah. I cannot explain David quite to you. You have to just interact with him and get to know David on his own terms, which is pretty interesting. It's always fun to work with David. Keeps you on your toes. He's a bright guy. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't realize who gave him which links. Space Shuttle. Sorry, that sometimes happens, you know. The internet. You get links to so many different things, and sometimes credit isn't always given where credit's due, and it's become very... It was interesting. I've been reading about the history of the internet in a book called The Innovators by Walter Isaacson. Actually, I haven't been reading it. I've been listening to the audiobook because I'm so glad that we have audiobooks available. Just technology is becoming faster and faster, and more things are becoming available. But with that, you know, it talks about there's just so much on there. But one of the things was there was a time and space where they thought about creating a content so it could be the money on the internet would go to the content creators rather than to the advertisers and the people who brought all of the content together. Curators, I guess you would say. But anyway, Sarah, why Victory for Cake over at Von Live is asking, Sarah, why do you not trust me? I don't not trust you. David yesterday said he banned a couple of people, and I think you were one of them, and I was questioning why. Maybe I'm questioning why all these people are banned. I understand Jarhead, but I would argue with you that Jarhead is being drunk for the month of September to remember a brotherhood he lost in September of 1983. He lost 70 friends in Lebanon. And he has survivor's guilt and wishes he could have been with his brothers. And I would argue, Jarhead, just something to ponder, that getting drunk is not going to bring them back or necessarily honor their memory. And I would urge you to think of, I would urge you to do two things. I think it's ERMD. There's a therapy for PTSD. I wish they had a better name for it, but hello, Baron. You have a lot of 9s in your name. Are there 9 9s? Maybe. Anyway, I think that would help with your PTSD. Maybe. DJ Sam says Sarah likes a lot of people. Again, they're chatting over at Von Live. Howie believes that you shouldn't rely on other people to keep you happy, that happiness lies within, along with salvation. Victory for Cake asks, Sarah, do you have a science question? Perhaps I do. My questions are about server configuration. I should probably just dive into that and learn it. Oh, you only know natural sciences. I know a lot of natural sciences too. I do have a composting question. Can you help me with that? You've talked to the vet doctors, and you've been to come to a solid solution. You've come to a solid solution at this time. All right, my question with composting, I had probably made a mistake with my compost, thinking I could just dump all my food scraps in one deep bin. I think it's about 2 feet deep, maybe 3 feet deep. If you're drunk, hopefully you don't drive anywhere. Stay home, Victory. He is coming to someone he trusts online. It's fine. Don't drink. If you can stop drinking, though, maybe don't drink anymore. I don't know. Some people are happy drunks and some people are sad drunks. And it sounds like, though, the alcohol, I don't drink myself, so I can't really speak to it. But it seems to me, from an outsider's perspective, that alcohol seems to increase whatever people are feeling. So if you're feeling depressed, it seems to increase that depression. Hello, Erdogan. Are you of any relation to turkeys? Are you Turkish? Erdogan. Wow. You lost your 20-month-old niece to a drunk driver August 31st, 2000. Wow. I don't want to play an Explorer. You say Jarhead says the VA system has improved and it's much better than before and you've been impressed by it. Good. She would have been 21 this year. Wow. I guess the question is, should I take this compost that's turned into and spread it out so that it decomposes better? Hello, terrible poll is on. Do you think all politics are terrible? Yeah, that would be my compost question.
Rotating, I think, is your best bet to expose oxygen to the...
Yeah, because it
can sit too long. Yeah.
Well, it not only sat, it just turned into a mush, and it's not good.
No, the air will help make it breathe in. I think adding a little peat moss will spread it out. Hey, Jarhead, welcome. Yeah.
He's been wanting to talk to you. He's depressed because in September of 1983, he lost 70 of his friends in Lebanon.
Oh, wow.
And I think that election 2020 as a tag's gotten more people in the room beat on 1780.
Yeah, it just doesn't tell us how many people are in there. That's the problem. We have 80 people in the Periscope show. We don't even know it. They're shadow banning us over there.
Well, 6 are live.
Okay, well, I hope that's true. I remember when Ronald Reagan didn't give the guys in Lebanon any bullets. He gave them rubber bullets. And that was a huge error on his part. And he was trying to play the Mr. Nice Guy routine in the Middle East and act like he wouldn't, in any way be overt or in any way kind of a hawkish president. But he was a hawkish president. And he made a critical error there. Those guys should have been weaponized. They could have stopped that from happening. And that's probably what you're suffering, the survivor's guilt from that. Yeah. But you shouldn't be so down. I mean, other people have had similar situations. And think of the 6,000 men that died in Iraq and Afghanistan and what they lost their lives for. I mean, it's starting to be beginning to seem like we're just protecting the warlords as they continue to grow heroin in Afghanistan. So it's very possible that Victory is lying to us about being hacked. Yeah, he did have that statement before, though. Whenever he made a statement, he said he was hacked. Yeah, so Sarah's running out of room for the new food scraps, and part of the problem is rotating. What you could do is you could rotate the existing compost that is not heavily, it's in the process of composting. You could rotate that into one of the gardens and dig that up and put some of the composting worms in the garden itself. It wouldn't hurt it.
They do decompose. Meat decomposes.
It takes time, though. Meat takes longer.
It does take longer. That's the problem.
But if you're running out of room for raw material, then obviously you're going to have a slurry, which means that you just have to start sending some of that stuff back to the dumpster. Unfortunately, hate to say it. I know you want to go for completely recycled material, but unless you clear out one of those garden spaces and turn it into a compost bin, one option would be to dig up the daisies and put all the compost in there, and turn that into a garden, a permaculture garden, where you start growing things in a composted area. That's one option. That would buy you at least 8 by 10 feet of storable area. Because those daisies are taking deep root, and if they don't come out now, they probably will never come out. That's one option. Anyway, finding more space is the other option. Building more space.
I'm sorry that happened to you. I love fries. Yeah.
Your gas company was blowing gas outside in front of a compost heap, or what? Yeah. Yeah, but putting ants in around worms isn't going to solve your problem.
Yeah, it means it's too dry.
Yeah. Anyway, the worms that she got were very expensive. They were top quality red wrigglers, and these things are like $30 a pound. So it's important to keep the worm population intact first and foremost, so they can keep doing what they're doing. I just think rotating with a pitchfork is your best move. But again, opening
Well,
up
I
space.
think rotating, and then I do have one I just cleaned out, like area I just sifted, and I thought I was gonna dig down and like the compost would be ready because it's been sitting almost a year.
Yeah.
But when I dug down less than, then
Wasn't
it
really-
was all just
mush. Yeah, we heard yesterday that over the past 50 years, 3 billion birds have died. And natural wildlife has declined by over 50% in America. It's true. It's true. I can definitely cite that time period in my life when. That's why we have to keep preserving our national parks, and Trump didn't do that. He let the 95% of Utah go to oil investors who are now producing more greenhouse gases, which kill more birds. So nice job, Donald. Good job handing over our national parks to people leasing acreage for $5 an acre to put cyanide in the ground to mine gold. Yeah, that was a real big mistake Trump made. Okay. Yeah, it's exactly. It's a case of rushing too fast on the worms. They can get smothered under there, I guess.
well, the food gets smothered.
The food smothers them, yeah. It forms
So-
a seal, like a mush seal on top of them.
Maybe.
Then they don't get the oxygen they need to grow and replicate.
Well, they like to live in the top 6 inches of soil, so.
Yeah, and they really like aeration. They love to be moved around. That's why those rolling barrels really are, but they're not
Those
suitable.
don't use worms.
Yeah, they use worms. Worms are throughout all the composting systems, and
Some are heated, and hot systems don't use worms.
I'm not familiar with heated ones where you invest energy in a compost heap. I'm merely talking about ones that rotate, and they throw lots of red wrigglers in there because they do the work with more aeration. That's my point.
Okay.
And worms don't really like to live in the water with fishes because fishes eat the worms. Yeah,
All
worms
right.
and fish don't work together. All right, thank you, Sarah. Have dinner. Enjoy dinner. I made you some salmon and
Thank you.
wonton and peas.
10 degrees
They'll start decomposing.
Celsius.
Fahrenheit. So there's kind of like a war background we have back here. It's kind of reminiscent of World War II with the Japanese flag is kind of in the background. It's very strange. It's kind of a eerie kind of a background. The anti-war rally is still succeeding, though. We've prevented war in Syria and in Iran so far. So we're still maintaining the anti-war rally, even though this is Sustainable Saturday now. Coming up with ways to sustain. Composting is definitely one of them. Thanks, Sarah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk about compost.
No, I don't mind. It's a part of our Sustainable Saturday. I don't mind. We should all have compost bins. If you guys are throwing your food waste down your drain, you're clogging your sewage system no matter where you are. I actually did a public service series of videos for my local city back in the late 90s about how to avoid putting meat and byproducts down your sink drain. Even if you have a garbage disposal, it's very bad for your sewer system. So if you do the composting Sarah's talking about in your backyard, you just integrate that right into your soil and you'll be growing things and you have your own little victory garden in the backyard. No, Bernie Sanders has not contacted me. Nobody's contacted me. They are told to keep me out of the mainstream media. The primary goal is to shut me down from their perspective. Yeah, I know. I don't like that either. I'm very upset about it. But I can be upset about it for so long. I don't have any power to stop them from shutting me down. That's the problem. When you're neglected because you're not buying into their system, you are pretty much censored in America. I would not ferment milk. No, if you want to put milk in your garden, though, I know people that I knew a guy that grew a marijuana plant with milk. This Mexican guy. Yeah, he was pretty amazing. Yeah, he was a worker that I knew in California, and Yeah, he figured he was dying of brain cancer, so it didn't matter. So he told me that he put milk in his backyard and it helped his marijuana plant grow. It's like, thanks for telling me. I don't even know anything about you, but yeah, he was suffering from brain cancer, so I guess it didn't matter. I guess he got to the point where he didn't care. Back then, it was illegal to grow your own plants. Well, because I've had a lot of experience, you know, I put more time and energy into working for 20 years than most people put into a lifetime. And because of that activity, I was around a lot of people. And I worked 3 jobs at one time, 80 hours a week. It was all about just saving enough money so I can get out of debt and never have to look back. That's really how our country needs to proceed if we want to have a sustainable budget. I'm sure you ferment a lot of things into wine, but I'm not here to encourage wine per se, because as you know, alcohol is poison. It's dangerous. It's a mild form of poison. Drinking alcohol is only going to slowly destroy your brain cells. I am concerned, yeah. But there is a grape cure that's over 1,000 years old, and if you are suffering if you are suffering from a disease, you can actually have an incredible benefit from a grape juice and wine diet. They found a lot of apparently grape juice has resveratrol. And just like wine, resveratrol is a compound that is essentially good for your blood vessels. Yeah, resveratrol is a supplement you can get at the store too. And alcohol in moderation can relax blood vessels and increase levels of HDL, the good cholesterol. But the substances believed to provide much of red wine's heart benefits are resveratrol and flavonoids. Now, maybe you're a big Flavo Flav fan, and you're wondering, well, does Flavo Flav use flavonoids? I don't know. I haven't talked to him about that, but it's found in grape juice too. So if you want the same benefits of red wine, you may just want to get some, you know, good old Concord grape juice. Thought I'd help you out there. That's right, resveratrol. Correct. You cram cranberry juice in your mouth, in your pie hole. You know, I don't really want to get into the enema aspect of your hemorrhoids treatment. I think that would be, you know, irrelevant to Sustainable Saturday, because that's something you got to deal with. I can't help you with your hemorrhoids, nor can you help others. I don't have a link to my public service videos. They are dated and they were used by my local city during this time, during about a 5-year time period. Since then, they put, I know, I wish I could play them for you, but I have them in an archive video somewhere. They've since put a massive septic system in to replace. They realized they couldn't get people to stop putting crap in their drains, so they just created a massive septic system costing over $150 million in my neighborhood. And we pitched them on a living septic system, which was much more sustainable because we've got a bay outside our community that has some toxins in it that could have benefited from some sort of a mangrove patch of some sort. I know, you still go back to that time period in Lebanon. I got that. I remember the day it happened. It was terrible. So many people died there in that building. The Marines that were stationed there had no idea that car was loaded with an explosive. They should have been able to stop it, and there should have been battering rams in front of the building. I mean, all the protocols that we have in place now at airports would have been in place then had Ronald Reagan been a better president. Do you blame Ronald Reagan for what happened now that it's over? I know you're sorry you lost 70. You've got survivor's guilt big time, Mr. Jarhead. I'm sorry. It was like the first car bomb. So you don't blame Ronald Reagan for not giving you real bullets to fight off and defend against an oncoming vehicle with explosives in it? Well, that's very big of you. It's good you're not blaming Ronald Reagan, but he is dead. I want to remind you. Yeah. A guy is making a compost video. Yeah, that's a really good video. We saw Nigerians coming into the country at that time. Yeah, it's one of my favorite videos. Raw video, yeah. Here it is. We were at a McDonald's. This was over 10 years ago. We were at a McDonald's, or 2013, excuse me. It was 6 years ago. We saw a bunch of Nigerians coming in and out of a busload into a border town near Canada.
Hi. I'm doing a show from McDonald's in America, and I think it's wonderful. The Olympics are starting in Great Britain, and we're having a fantastic time. You know, one of the things we share in common with Great Britain is our open immigration policy, allowing people from all different kinds of countries to come to our country and prosper, or at least think that they can prosper. And I think that's something that we both share, both England and the U.S. I think if you look at the big picture, that has got to stop. We've got to change the way we're allowing green cards to be issued everywhere. Obama has allowed over 1 million green cards to be issued in America within every year that he's been president, which is a very strange policy, especially considering it destabilizes the country and makes it more likely to have crime, more likely to have major conflict. And I'm not talking about racial conflict, I'm talking about conflict in general, economic hardship, people not being able to get by, you know. When you have many mouths to feed, it's not easy. And if we allow people from all different kinds of countries to come here, and you have this endless takedown of our economy, so no wonder we're having problems.
That was me back in the 2013. Thanks for the raw video. Yeah, I don't mind playing it. It's very relevant to today, even today. Get it now, yeah. Thanks, Victory, for at least acknowledging that was a good view. Yeah, only 346 views. We started getting censored right around 2009. And that video, you can run it all over the internet and post it. Try it. You won't see many more views on that video. Seriously, if you ran around linking that video all over the place, you're not going to see that many more views. They've got hit counter locks at YouTube, and nobody is watching the hit counter locker. They're not monitoring who's locking down on websites. That's why a lot of conservatives are upset right now, because they believe they've been falsely treated by YouTube. And I think they have. You've got a gas leak at your house, you better get it the hell out of there and have a company come out immediately. No, we've been watching. People have been wanting to watch a lot of these videos, and they have been watching them. I've seen my hit counter locked down. It went from 20,000 hits a week in 2009 to 20 hits a week. How do you go from 20,000 to 20 in 1 week? It's impossible. You lost 71 personal friends, and 770 were in Lebanon, 83 dead. Oh, wow. 70 personally. And what do you want to accomplish by telling people this, that we are always on edge with a fear or the threat of terrorism? Is that your goal, to make sure that we know that we have to keep our guard up at all times? Aborted Dream says she lost 71 fetuses. That's not the same. These guys are these are buddies. They had full lives. They lost their lives, man. Don't minimize what he's going through. Oh yeah, they die all the time, but my point is, do you want us to be ever vigilant to prevent this type of activity? David, now that my state pays for free abortions, you also have free food. Oh, come on. That's gross. You've been banned. I can't believe that person got in the show with that name, Aborted Dreams. Wow. Belittling the activity of abortion like it was no big deal when it's murder. And women have the right to do that. So you're reliving the whole nightmare. Were you in the building when it happened? Were you one of the people that stood back and watched your friends hurt in front of you? Is that the kind of pain you're suffering? Or were these guys that were deployed over there that you went to boot camp with? I'm not here to talk about placenta or abortions or make a point about right to life versus abortion. That issue's been solved by countless women around the world. So you trained with them all and you were in Okinawa, and that's why you're so upset. I get it. Okay. Wow. Yeah, well, I had a lot of friends in college that turned out to be a bunch of jerks. I don't suffer the same loss that you're suffering from. I'm sure many of the friends I had in college are nearly dead by now. But I'm not suffering the same pain you're suffering from. I knew people in 1983 that, were the biggest jerks I've ever met. But I'm not suffering the loss of them as a friend or their life in general. So are you saying that all 73 of those guys were, or 70 of those guys were all great guys? I mean, you're so involved with the whole group that you stayed so you have a survivor's guilt. You need to be treated for that. They can actually help you with that. The behavior modification experts in the field are able to help you with survivor's guilt, walking you through the small stages of rebuilding your own being and your purposes in life. Because we're the living, we carry on for the dead. Our goal is not to linger and wonder why. Ours is but to do or die. And many of us who have died, we have to move on. We have to, pick up where we left off. I'm pretty sure a few of the people I knew in the 80s are dead by now. I just sense it. Yeah, I mean, have you seen so many people like Luke Perry? I knew him. I think I met him in 1989 or something. He's dead now. Yeah, I met him when he was a young guy. I met him when he was like this guy, looking at me right here. And then he turned into the guy like next to me there. And then he died. I remember when Luke Perry looked just like that guy over there. It wasn't hard for me to imagine that moment when I actually shook his hand and said, "Hey, Luke, thanks for having us over. We smoked a bowl together." He offered some nice green marijuana called Sensimilla at the time. I don't think they even have any strains of Sensimilla now. But Luke Perry had his own life. I never hung out with the guy after that, and he went on to have a fairly good career. I can't wait to see some of his film. I haven't seen some of them. But yeah, there's a guy who's now dead that I knew when he was younger than me. I smoked a bowl of marijuana. Not meth, no, that's never. No, when you smoke a bowl of marijuana, that's in a bong. That's not meth. I've never done meth. Yeah, but now that I know the terminology, I won't say that. Yeah, well, we used to have bongs, quite a bit of bongs in the late 80s, and he was kind enough to offer his apartment and say, "Hey, do you guys want to smoke some pot?" So sure enough, everyone, there took a hit, and it was courtesy of him. But you say taking a hit is a meth thing too. So it's interchangeable language, but we're not talking about drugs. We're talking about an herb. I never smoked meth. Thanks for liking me. I'm not a boomer. I'm an X-Gen. Yeah, I'm also 100% natural. I'm 100% natural X-Gen. Yeah. The baby boomers are like my family members. I'm much younger than my brothers and sisters. I'm way younger. So they were baby boomers. I grew up as an X-Gen. But I'm 100% natural too. No, I was never asked to star in a movie, or no one ever gave me any opportunities other than a couple that said, "Dave, we could make you a star if you work for us nonstop and help us through our final days on Earth." And sure enough, I finally asked them, what people do you know in Hollywood? You said you were going to make me a star. And they said, "Well, we know the people at Hee Haw." They actually worked at Hee Haw. I finally found that out after 6 or 7 years of working for these people. So I missed out on my opportunity to be on Hee Haw. Yeah, that was the only in I would have had. It was a TV show that was very popular in the 1970s and 80s. Yeah, and I guess I missed out on my effort to be a Hee Haw member. Yeah, oh well. Well, I'm glad you had him as a leader. Yeah. One member of your squad died in Okinawa, and he met his family in Okinawa. Okay. Planned Parenthood, that's an inappropriate question. You're on mute detail and soon to be on ban detail. Learn how to speak and chat in the show.
Guys, it's Ray coming back to you again with another video regarding credit. And here's where I keep it real credit-wise. A little background information on me. I used to work for a credit restoration company.
Okay, we'll play that later tonight in our show. Keeping it real with credit. This guy's kind of a YouTube star, so I normally don't play those guys. But hey, why not? He's got 222,000 subscribers and he's a YouTube star. When it comes to credit, managing credit, I definitely want to listen to that because some of you really need to manage your credit. Some of you are running deep into debt and you shouldn't be. The only way to get out of debt is to stop spending too much above your income. And it comes down to don't pay the creditors. I know people that have amalgamated their credit debt and walked away $30,000 less in credit debt. It's amazing what amalgamators will do. They'll actually broker for you on the phone and lower your credit total with a collection agency. Oftentimes these debts are already surrendered by the time it gets to collection. They're willing to take a 50 to 80 to 90% loss on that credit debt. The pain of losing your wallet in your exercises was intense, really? Is that emotional pain that you suffer from losing your wallet in your boot camp? That's not really pain. I've talked to people who've been through boot camp that have suffered unbelievable pain and are now cripples because of it. Oh yeah. It's not uncommon for sergeants to overwork people in boot camp to the point where they're exhausted and they hurt their bodies. That's something I'm going to correct when I become president. We're going to get sensitivity training built into our system so that nobody ever is going to put through that, or you will go to jail as a staff sergeant will go to jail for conducting that type of physical abuse. Well, if you broke your toe, that's something that happened to you. But if you're singled out and beaten up by your staff sergeant and that person is going to go to jail, that staff sergeant is going to jail. That's how I see it. We should not have any. We should not allow that type of behavior. We're allowing our military to warp the minds of young people in the process of trying to break them. It's not what we want. We want people to fight because they believe in what they're doing, not because they're going to get their ass kicked if they don't. You've been shot, blown up, and burnt up while you served? Wow. That's amazing. Well, you're a testimony to why we don't need more war, Jarhead. No offense, because that's your name, Jarhead. Well, not sensitivity training while you kill the enemy. We lose 350 people a year in boot camps in this country from just errors of judgment by commanders and mistakes of overtraining. The grueling experience that Army Rangers go through and Green Berets go through can kill people. We need to know when to stop. We're not doing anything right if we're letting 340 people or 350 people a year die being trained. That's crazy. We're losing our strong defenses. We need those men. They're important to us. We put a lot of money into their training. So that's why I'm going to be urging the future will actually be robo-cops, robo-warriors, robo-soldiers. And there won't be an actual need for the kind of first strike ability with people on the ground winning wars. You listen to military commanders talk about how important it is to win wars on the ground. Well, we'll have robots to do that. They're coming. DARPA is working with Google Dynamics, Boston Dynamics.
Up here we will have a set of computers and the team.
So these are the type of robots that are just in their infancy, but they're being tested right now to actually engage in battle. This is a fairly old technology. This is 2 years old, but you can see they're working on balance issues, everything. So the future of warfare will actually be a completely different approach entirely. The robo-soldier will be born. I'm embracing the future. I don't want to have weaknesses in our defenses, so we have to move in that direction. Into Japan, China, Russia, every other country is doing the same thing. We can't just, I don't like robots because they're dangerous. We can't do that. We have to at least move forward with a plan. The RoboCop is being born right now. Yeah. I'm bringing the RoboCop into the show. It's like a Terminator. It's human flesh of a metal exoskeleton. Yeah. Yeah, hang on, I'm bringing in RoboCop. Yeah, Biden and Trump are doing bad things, both of them behaving poorly with relationship to Ukraine. But the recent reveal that the whistleblower didn't get his word out, and Trump is suppressing and obstructing justice now about it, that's the real issue that's leading this case. As long as Trump obstructs, it means that he's trying to hide something, which is highly indicative of the RoboCop. Yeah. Here's the RoboCop, the future of America's defenses. As you can see, is fully capable of defending anybody in any situation. Yeah, so there's no reason for you to be lamenting over the loss of your buddies. In the future, we will not have soldiers, we will have RoboCops. You're going to send me a PM, it won't work, man. I don't get PMs because Mark uses CoinHive. Mark is talking to a recording. I wouldn't doubt it. They probably put T. Rucker on a recording for this ghost politics show, and Mark is talking to the recording. I'm a cop, you idiot. I'm not a cop, though. Yeah. That's from a line in the Terminator movie. Yeah, I'm not trying to impersonate a cop. You have DDS 2014. Well, have you tried a different dental implant? Maybe some press-on veneers to get a better attitude? Yeah, try press-on veneers. They may change your viewpoint about the loss that you're suffering from. I cannot do an impersonation of Xi Jinping. No. I'm not going to make fun of a world leader like Xi Jinping. That would be a mistake. I'd end up in one of these camps. You saw the photograph we played you at the beginning of the show? Yeah. You'd not forget? They're carting these people off to re-education camps. Yeah. They're all sitting there blindfolded, waiting for... Yeah, they're going to be sent off to the concentration camps. Yeah, look, this is China right now, U.S. Or actually, this is a drone surveillance. I don't know where it came from. It looks like a Chinese drone. But it was leaked, and these people are all blindfolded dissidents in China who are being sent to the re-education camps. It's happening right now as we speak. But the reason why I don't have to worry about the future of war is it won't be fought by humans. Number one, we have to get our political structure in shape in order to fight wars properly, where we no longer are being controlled by moneyed interests. Unfortunately, moneyed interests may dominate war forever. All wars are bankers' wars. That's a true statement. So let's contemplate the future with RoboCops running the world. Do we want them to be going door to door and checking to see if any of you are smoking marijuana? Thank you. Do you want a RoboCop to go to your front door and say, "We are detecting the smell of marijuana inside of your house. We are now going to ask for your ID and to chip you against any vaccine nature. You have to present with vaccination or you will be taken out to the FEMA camp." I mean, do you want us to have RoboCops in our country? No. So we got to get ahead of this with the political party so that the two-party system won't get sucked into the vortex of people and their money controlling RoboCops. David, did you have lips when you were young? Yes, my entire facial structure was formulated in the womb of my mother. I am not a cyborg. No, I'm real. My name is David. I'm not a cop. Anyway. I think it's safe to say that the future is going to have robots in our life. Do we want the government to be run by a bunch of fascist pigs like we currently have? Like Trump, a fascist pig? Yeah. Yes, I know for a fact that T. Rucker is alive, and he is in fact Ghost. Lot Lizard is not T. Rucker. They're two separate people. But they're buddies and they make money on the side, basically attacking this show. RoboCop is a cyborg. Yeah. Why am I doing a Terminator impersonation while talking about RoboCop? I don't know. I can't help it. It is something that has taken over my main CPU. My mainframe is continually controlled by the output of the audio. Any mention of the word Terminator creates this Terminator impersonation. Well, the fact is we're not in charge of any of these Terminator-like creatures. Boston Dynamics was bought out by Google, which is run by DARPA. The DoD isn't working for the government. It's working for private citizens. You didn't know that? It is him, yes. He will be prosecuted. Yes. He cannot impersonate a family member of mine. He will be prosecuted. I'm not concerned about the existence of robots. I'm concerned about their allegiance and what they're hardwired to do. Right now, if robots were brought on the scene, we would be all forced to live at the foot of the Rothschild family and worship their every move. Currently, the Rothschild family owns the World Bank, the Federal Reserve, and they managed to control a patent on a robotic technology which is used in unmanned aerial vehicles. When the plane MH370 went down, the KL03 microchip was put into the ownership of a Zionist elite by the name of Jacob Rothschild. And Jacob Rothschild owns that chip now. He is the owner of the Carlyle Group, which operates this investment firm involved in UAV technologies. And they have cornered the market on this chip, which gives it a tremendous advantage over other micro air vehicles. So Jacob Rothschild has essentially cornered the market on it, and we don't even know how MH370 crashed, so we'll never know. But the truth of the matter is, this man has obviously taken control of the situation and is the person who would answer to any questions, but no questions will ever be asked. Because we simply control everything. The dialogue. The entire dialogue between the people in the world are controlled by the Rothschild family. And we have absolutely no wiggle room for people like you, David. You're not part of the scenario of the New World Order. Anyway. It crash landed in Diego Garcia, yes. You've heard my show before. That's because some guy put a cell phone, a flip phone up his butt, was able to make a text message out of that particular location, Diego Garcia. And thank goodness for that strong, brave, courageous Marine who I'm sure is dead now. They got rid of everybody on that plane. They were all wiped out, executed. But did the Rothschilds do it? I don't know. You know, there's no way of verifying this other than the fact that they now inherit a patent that 4 co-owners disappeared on that flight had. Planned Parenthood, that is a bannable offense to talk about your ex that way. Yeah. Whether it's true or not, I feel sorry for you. The only person I've ever seen with a Cheeto fetish was Charles Manson. He allegedly talked about how he bragged about the Cheetos he ate that he got behind the market with Squeaky Fromm and the other girls. Yes, the Habsburgs are very wealthy as well, not to mention the Nordstroms and the Warburgs and all the families that control the entire dominion of the world economic structure. The global industrial leaders. Yes. Even people like A.C. Cooper, Anderson. He is one of the elites. He's a Vanderbilt, Astor. So clearly, even Anderson Cooper could very well be your leader. I'm surprised he hasn't run for office. He seems like such a dapper homosexual man with piercing blue eyes. Surely he would think of running for office and thereby gain control of the world and by putting Anderson Cooper in the office of the presidency. Yes. Wouldn't you like to know? There he is. He was actually never trained in a college. David, could you stop talking about me? Yeah, well, appreciate it. Thank you. He actually got an internship at the CIA when he was in high school. His parents got him the internship, and then he went right into broadcasting. He never actually studied journalism. Isn't that fascinating? He's a complete Astor Vanderbilt. Yes. What is your DD 2014, your diagnostic exam? David, this person just said, I need to admit, I was paid $20,000 to censor you, Dave, by Mark, but I ran away. I'm currently after joining a monastery and took a poverty vow. I want to help you. Well, that's very nice. See, when you say stuff like that, people don't even believe you. Anyway, do you think Mark and Lot Lizard are living in Russia now? I would never be against Jews. I'm going to kick this person out right here. See that? I just kicked him out. He was making up all kinds of stories. I am not against Jewish people. I actually like Jewish people. I just don't like the fact that Ashkenazis are dominating our country like they did Germany back in World War II. The Nazis, people, Ashkenazis like Göring, Himmler, Hitler, they too were Zionists like Trump and Biden. So in a way, we still have the Nazis taking over our country. Sorry to say, but we never beat the Nazis. We beat the Germans. The Ashkenazis have been very adept at manipulating the situation and coming back and actually funding synagogues, if you can believe that. Some of the biggest synagogues like Chabad Leibovich, which runs an operation right near Trump, in fact, has deep connections to the Russian oligarchs. Chabad Leibovich was started, the largest synagogue in the country was started ostensibly by Ashkenazi donations right after World War II. The U.S. may call out China on rights at the UN gathering of leaders. Well, it's about time, rights are important. Taiwan says China's meddling with elections after Solomon Islands cuts ties with Taipei. Wow. Yeah, and I don't blame Taiwan for being concerned because Xi Jinping has talked about at the end of his 5-year plan, he wants to control Taiwan. And with Trump trade war a threat, Fed set to cut rates again, but afterwards all bets are off. Yeah. The Fed can only do so much. They've been buying up a tremendous amount of money market bond issues this past week. No, it's Ashkenazi, as in Ashkenazi. Thereby the name a Nazi. Yeah. My ears are not large. I've actually seen them shrinking over time. Relative to Jeffrey Epstein's ears, my ears are not that much larger. Fred, you're not really doing well here. We're going to ban you from the show. Blasts and fire hit major virus lab in Russia, where HIV and Ebola and anthrax strains are stored. Wow. That's scary. Luckily for us, the fire won't spread the Ebola or anthrax strains too far. Or will they? I believe the fire will immolate the Ebola strains. But if there was wet moisture around the fire, it could carry in the airwaves. I think moisture is the most dangerous aspect to spreading viruses. There were some people that developed some synthetic ways of creating weaponized viruses, but 5 years ago. And they actually they were going to broadcast this in a journal, a respected journal in England. And British Royal Intelligence intervened and said, no, you can't do that. It's extremely dangerous to weaponize viruses. Believe it or not, these scientists were so brain dead that they actually were going to present how to weaponize a virus. And the government stepped in England and said, no, you won't. Did you know that last week, the great Mexican Navy, and I mean that, intercepted 52,000 pounds of fentanyl coming from Shanghai on a Maersk ship ocean liner run by people close to Ghislaine Maxwell, the lady who acted as a recruiter for Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, the story gets so weird. It's like, wait a second, 52,000 pounds of fentanyl were just intercepted by a Mexican Navy coming from Shanghai which I would think that would be a point of discussion that Xi Jinping should discuss right now. That could kill off the world. It's dangerous. Why are they allowing Shanghai to create weapons-grade fentanyl? It's a serious chemical risk to the population. Anyway, the whole thing, the Maersk liner connects to Ghislaine Maxwell and her relationship with one of the leading owners of the Maersk lines, which is weird. It's like, why would that be connected? And why? I think there are a lot of undertows going on here with the corporate elite. We talked about a woman, Rachel Chandler, who was a close tie with a big time connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Well, Rachel Chandler has all these people online who check out her website. It's called the Rachel Chandler Tumblr file, and she's a close friend and supporter of course, Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm not going to show you page 2 because page 2 has a penis on it. But let's go to page 3. These are just people that she sees at parties. Very important people. They don't even have names. Many of these people are just gathering, at the parties that she goes to. So she's connected to all these famous people. I don't know who half of these people are. But you can go to her Tumblr and just see the connections left and right. There, you know him, right? Yeah, famous actor. Going on and on. I mean, it gets deeper and deeper. Oh yeah, her too. She hangs out with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Oh, and Paul McCartney and his young wife. All connected to Jeffrey Epstein through Rachel Chandler. Very bizarre behavior. Would you rather talk about Trump recently approaching Ukraine and trying to use his position to get secret information on Biden, or the fact that Biden did the same thing, manipulating Ukraine politics to help his son Hunter? We can go in either direction. Trump blew it recently by contacting Ukraine, which is an impeachable offense, using it for personal gain. And then Biden really did it when he ran his campaign. I don't know, we can talk about that. That would be fun. But we've kind of talked about that. There's nothing we can do. It was fentanyl, Greek god. Yeah, and I'll show you why. I know you have some contacts over there with Maersk, but let me show you the 52,000-pound article. You can read it yourself. Mexico Navy has seized it. Mexico seizes 52,000 pounds of fentanyl from China. Isn't that amazing? It was on the mismarked container from a Danish ship arriving from Shanghai. Now, Maersk doesn't know what's on their ship container, so they can't be blamed for this, but it is interesting to know that Ghislaine Maxwell's closest friend is a Maersk executive. Yeah. Here's the link, the Epoch Times. You can check it out. Shanghai, a historical force summoned to join a ship lacking a full crew by drugging them or using... I'm sure Shanghai is a traditional method of transporting illegal substances, but seriously, even the word Shanghai has all kinds of connotations. But for China not to be managing that properly, they should be addressing that because their own population is at risk. You read it, but if it was real fentanyl, they would have all died from it. Not if it's in packages. Those are in packages. Nobody got near it. It's all completely suppressed. Well, let's be clear. So I guess we'll look at the other alternative here. This is the big story. Biden accuses Trump of an overwhelming abuse of power, but Trump's really on the warpath himself, showing that Biden really did abuse his power as vice president. So there's some big aspects of this that go both ways. Now, according to this poll, Elizabeth Warren leads Biden and Bernie Sanders for the first time in a new Iowa poll. Someone's not getting the message of the Democratic Party that it's illegal to lie about your Cherokee ancestry. Sorry. It's illegal to actually misstate your ancestry on an affirmative action document. That's called perjury, and because it's fraud, there's no statute of limitations against it. She can go to jail right now for having conducted that behavior back when she was a young girl or a high school graduate. I didn't get a college education because I didn't cheat. She cheated and got a free college education. That's not cool. So she's leading the poll. I'm sure the poll was bought off. She probably used some of the savings she had from being a minority professor at Harvard to buy the poll off. Well, honey, we better just go ahead and pay them so that we won't have to worry about Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders dogging me in the campaign. She's willing to cheat. She'll cheat all the way through this whole process. She cannot be trusted. And when you look at her, you wonder, is she like some old woman from the Minnesota, North Dakota area? Oh, that's right. She's from Sooner Country, right? Oklahoma. No, she's a liar, and she needs to be prosecuted. The fact that Trump hasn't prosecuted her is indicative right there that he's a deep state player. He could easily prosecute her right now. Okay. Like I said, Greek God, there's a lot of bootleggers now with fentanyl. I'm even considering the dangers of this drug would warrant us banning the drug entirely. But some people say, hey, there's no other way of actually helping. There's no other way of actually helping. Yeah. No way. I'm so sorry. DHS warns against growing threat of white supremacist extremism online. I've never seen any of it personally. I'm not a part of any white supremacist group, but DHS has been warning about this for some time. They're trying to demonize anybody who's doing anything alternative on the internet. And if people who have looked at the Supreme Court rulings in the past have heard, there is no constitutional guarantee that you could prosecute somebody for being a white nationalist. The Supreme Court case in 1977 validated that even KKK members can actually hold rallies in cities and legally gather with hoods on. You can't legally stop people from engaging in free speech or public rallies. So whatever the DHS is up to is unconstitutional based on that ruling. Yeah, they can add violent home security, violent white supremacist extremism to a list of terror threats. Yeah, they did this recently. There's 4,600 people on the list of terror threats, homegrown terror threats in the United States. That list is 4,600 people long. The no-fly list is even bigger than that, has 15,000 people. So whatever our country has to do to be safe is an internal dynamic. If it doesn't impinge on their rights to exist or have public meetings and whatever they want to do, then there's nothing wrong with what DHS is doing as long as they're not incarcerating people unnecessarily with no just cause. They can keep people, they can keep complete files on anybody they want and maintain concern because that's what their job is. They have the right to do that. That's not to say that impinging upon people's rights is within their purview of their job. It's not. I wouldn't doubt they've considered a lot of veterans to be dangerous because remember that they're trained killers when they go overseas. And a lot of them have come back to be problems with suicide, depression, PTSD. You got to wonder how many of those PTSD deaths are real, though. You wonder if they didn't know too much, were they killed in their house with their family? There's an inordinate amount of people who've come back to Fort Lewis in Washington and killed their wife and kids themselves. Very strange, weird statistic regarding murder-suicide at that base. I don't follow Victory tonight on whatever he's talking about. If he's having a problem with his artificial insemination business, that's on him. He tries to get bulls to mate with cows. Is that the deal? Okay. Anyway. So we got a full layer of Trump going off in the media tonight in our show. I'll play at least 4 or 5 minutes of it tonight.
Times there's a certain number, whatever it may be. I don't want to be specific because if I give you the wrong number, we'll have breaking news. It'll be on every newspaper that I said 112 and it was actually 111, and it'll be breaking news. They'll give me a Pinocchio. But let me just say, the country's never been in this position. We have the strongest military we've ever had, and now we've rebuilt it. After this $738 billion, we really have a rebuilt military. It's a great thing.
So this is all about Donald Trump using free press to get free press. And he's trying to constantly frame this against Biden. That's his daily activity, is to sit there and frame everything against Biden. So they give him 32 minutes of free press at Fox Phoenix. We'll give him about 5 minutes of free press tonight. And we got a guy in here who's going to make compost bins out of pallets. We'll feature 7-minute video brought into our show tonight.
This video, I'm going to show you how to build your own composter using reclaimed pallet wood.
Hollywood. Is that like Bollywood or Hollywood? Hollywood? Pallet wood. Pallet wood. I thought it was Pollywood. Yeah. JP Morgan traders for market manipulation, racketeering manipulation. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah. We've got concern that JP Morgan's been manipulating the gold markets for some time. I've been talking about it for years, but here they're finally catching up to him. Racketeering, the feds are in on it. Yeah, that'll be good tonight, too.
Billions that could be associated with the Mideast oil giant's market debut. Charlie Gasparino here now with new exclusive info on the major plays being made.
Let's put this into a little bit of context. A year ago, in October, Jamal Khashoggi, the Saudi dissident journalist, was murdered, assassinated by, a lot of people believe the Crown Prince had something to do with it.
Yeah, well,
this is coming on the 1-year anniversary.
You know, again, the Democrats want to spin this as the Crown Prince doing it. We don't even know if Khashoggi was in that suitcase. There's been no DNA confirmation that that was his body in the suitcase. So I don't know who's kidding who, but I don't even believe that Khashoggi's dead. Whoever was in that suitcase was a poor guy, probably pulled out of the morgue and they chopped him up. I don't buy the story the Democrats are spinning against Saudi Arabia. And I certainly don't dislike Trump's handling of the situation with Saudi Arabia. I'm actually okay with the way he's handled it because remember, our oil prices are still fairly stable. And he's maintained a very strong relationship with Saudi Arabia that our country had many, many years before. If the Democrats really want to screw our country over, oh, by all means, destroy our relationship with Saudi Arabia. Great. You'll all see huge increases at the pump the next year, I assure you. Trump would like us to think that we have our own reserves going fine. We have to help our own reserves keep going. We aren't helping our oil industry at all. We didn't do it under George W. Bush. We're not doing it now. We need to give them a helping hand. We've got people who have lost jobs in the Bakken fields in North Dakota that were fully employed for a couple of years, now can't find a job. They're moving back to Chicago or wherever, Minneapolis. Okay, let's move on. That's obviously a dead issue. There's really nothing to talk about anymore. We've pretty much covered the territory. I think we're done with the entire whole news aspect of the show. Now we can just talk about how you and I can live a sustainable life. Yeah. Getting out of debt, that would be one thing. Paying your credit card debts off. They say Americans in the X generation right now are, I'm not even talking about snowflakes, but X-Gen people are $27,000 in debt, credit card debt. Average X-Gen is $27,000 in credit card debt. If you're a snowflake, you're already $14,000 in credit card debt. And if you're a baby boomer, you're probably $36,000 in credit card debt. So America is in credit card debt. That's the big problem. And the more we are individually in credit card debt, the more our country's in debt. No, I'm not going to run for the White House. I am running for the White House. I've been running for the White House for 11 years, and nobody's been willing to give me a story anywhere in the world. I was laughed at on Rolling Stone. They called me a bizarre, yeah. Well, I'm not going to repeat what they called me, okay? Fringe candidate. There, I repeated it. Well, I don't mind them accusing me of being a candidate, but a bizarre fringe candidate, that's libel. I'm glad that they were offended by my blackface video. I did it for the purpose of getting notice because I've been censored for quite some time on many different levels. I recently posted something on Twitter to remind everybody that I am the presidential candidate is going to make sure that you have the right to vape, and I'm going to legalize pot too. But this was tweeted the other day, and I was copying a picture that was pulled off the internet of my my entire video I did in 2014, Blackface 2. In it, I say, make America vape again, because I think Trump is denying our rights to vape. There's no precedent for him to ban e-cigarettes. It's ridiculous. The e-vape thing is looks like Trump may have gotten money from the tobacco industry, I said. How much money is Trump getting from the tobacco industry to ban e-vape? And then I wrote a click to my shirt that we have on Spreadshirt. It's the MAVA shirt, Make America Vape Again, promoting our concept. I will never make it impossible for you to vape. There's no science behind this recent ban that Trump is coming up with. The lower lip is kind of astounding, I think. It really shows the embodiment of what I was trying to talk about. Yeah, I was smoking some oregano, and that was the only time I've ever done that on screen. And in the process, it was taken out of context. But technically, I support vaping and I support legalization of marijuana nationwide. Well, meta-nemesis, recently with Trudeau in the picture, Trudeau's brown face video made a big, huge splash in the media, and I think it's more than appropriate for me to show that as well. This photograph of him in two different situations, they're popping up all over the place. This is one of the situations he had where he dressed for the Arabian Nights, and he did a couple other blackface videos that I know of. And Trudeau has apologized. I would never apologize because I was literally shut down from getting any press whatsoever for a total of 550 hours I broadcasted. And not one press release was responded to by our media. I sent letters out to everybody. Not one person gave me the time of day. This is in 2008. Here I was after 54 days of broadcasting, 10 hours a day.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
No, I'm not here to exploit blackface. No. I was simply doing the blackface video because I wanted to sarcastically satirize Barack Obama. And he was a New World Order demon of a president, and I still believe that wholeheartedly. He was a corporatist. Never did a damn thing for America. Anyway, I have been doing a nonstop effort for 11 years since I made this video. But right after I made this video, I did the blackface, original blackface video. Just almost 2 weeks after I made this video, I was so frustrated that I had to do something to get noticed. Now, I knew that I got my press release out because I got a call or an email from an old dorm room person I knew at UCLA who said, Dave, I didn't know you were running for president. And he found out about it from the press release. He works for the newspapers. He must have found out it from the press release. So he called me up. I'd talked to the guy in 25 years. And I shared, what I was doing, and he kind of, had his little two bits to say, and we ended the conversation. But I knew that the press release was out. Do we have a video of Trudeau? No, we don't. Do I want to play a video of Trudeau in blackface? No, I don't really want to violate any terms of service that Mark may have. I'm only showing you what's in the news, and Trudeau is in the news. Well, you're an idiot for coming in here and saying we are not going to change the world, better live happily accepting that we have no control over the globalist system. Why are you even here? Why don't you just take your head and bury it back in the sand where your ostrich mentality came from? Why are you even in the show? What are you going to gain from this show? You've already decided that you're never going to stop the globalist elitists. So why are you even here? Well, emu oil actually works better than hemp. It gets into your body faster, and if you're suffering from muscle cramps, emu oil actually works better than hemp oil. It actually migrates through the system quicker. So she's onto something there. Huh?
Do we have any?
I have emu oil, yeah.
We need some. I'm getting a little cramp in my leg.
Oh, really? Uh-oh. You want me to get it for you?
I don't know.
Maybe it's the hammock.
No, I don't know.
Well, I'll take a look at that, Mad Dog, a little bit later, because as you know, I'm trying to honor Mark's request to not play any blackface on the show. And when Justin Trudeau did that, he's apologizing for it, and I think the Canadian people will understand his apology. I think they like him overall as their leader. And I know Governor Northam of Virginia has still received very good regards from voters in Virginia. They're not holding free speech against people. The Democrats want us to take away our free speech. What I did was parody, exactly. Kind of like this little picture here. This is cute. That's hilarious. Yeah. This makes you want to watch it over and over again. All right, thank you for allowing me to talk about this. I'll be back.
Okay, good. I know why I come to the show. It's to meet people, friends, people like you. That's why I'm here. Oh, did I not put 2020? I put 202. That's so funny. Thank you, Bengalitis. Yes. Let's see if I have my master's degree thing. I don't know where it is. Somewhere in here, I'm sure. David has lots of other pictures down here, so I'll just leave it at that. Oh, here it is. Let me move it up. It's made like 2 weeks ago. Anyway, there you go. Thanks to whoever what it was that made that into a GIF. I appreciate it. Can I show you the actual degree? Yeah, I can, but it's in the other room right now. Did you have to do a thesis? Well, I had to create a full unit, and which I also won an excellence award for the unit I created. And I also David and I might be here for two different things. I'm here for friends. David might not be. Maybe David doesn't think of you as friends, but and then I had to do what's called, and it was like a thesis that was called a capstone project. So it was a research project. A thesis is more in depth. It's like a research project that is in a lot more depth in some ways than mine was, but mine was in depth. It was pretty big. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I don't remember Space Shuttle from Blog TV, and by your own admission, you've already changed your name. So, and due to the internet, I used to think like Potty Yoon B was a friend from Blog TV. There was also, wait. There's also New York City Kid was a friend from Blog TV. Pete was more, he tried to annoy us, or more me. David Nation, yeah, was a friend from Blog TV days. I would say there was a couple that also were pretty cool poli-sci professors, or majors at least. Yeah, all those people are... You gotta give me the first two letters, and I have to remember if I have a good memory. B-E. Rupert Murdoch used to kind of be, and he had another friend that were there on Blog TV. I don't know. You're right. Maybe you're right. Thank you for enlightening me. I don't have any friends. I have the illusion of friends, but no real friends. You never called me. You never tested me. You were just there. I remember Mabel Babes. Vincolitis, you think the less friends a person has, the happier they are. Oh, thanks, Keith. Thanks, Add the One. Good for me. My hard work pays off. I got my master's degree. You never texted me. You were just in the chat room. I never called you either. That's a good point. I never called you when you were down. I wasn't a good friend to you. I'm sorry. I hope you're not feeling down anymore. I guess the closest friend I have, the only friend I have, is David. I have some other friends, but you're right. I need to reach out to my other in real life friends. Is the world getting better or worse? Well, I used to think the world was getting better because it made us feel more connected, but
We aren't doing anything with our connections. It's getting worse.
Since we're not doing anything with our connections, it's getting worse. You think people are messed up? They need friends? Maybe that's why people need friends. Is because they're messed up. And you think people are two-faced? Well, maybe that's true too. But maybe people are two-faced because maybe they just have different feelings. How many people have I gone out to lunch with here? Two or three. Is there something? Well, you know, Anita, you could call your brother if you want to be him to be your friends. And as far as family goes, I mean, I've recently reconnected with some family members. Well, there's Tekwala. There was, Komsky. And, in Cleveland. I've thought of that, Bengalitis, but want to start a rent-a-friend business. The guy we met early on and later rejected. Someone in New York that David rejected. Actually, in Massachusetts. You still have had that, Daryl? Did you take something that created that? With the last name Komsky? Hi. Okay, go ahead, another brother. You want to say something, but you don't want me to put you on YouTube. Wow. That's pretty crazy, so sorry. Your family all came to see your dying mom and then took things that they wanted out of her closet, like clothes. God. My computer... I don't click on all the links like David does, so my computer's like going into sleep. Wow, I'm so sorry to hear that, so sorry. Huh. It's going really well. Yes, at the one. I think it's going even better than last year. I guess I try to be a warm person, but demanding at the same time. That is sad but true, but sometimes I don't remember all of my students' names. Your sisters did that? Wow. But yeah, teaching is going well. I've been trying to leave early. I used to spend a lot of time on school, more than some other teachers, and I'm trying to scale that back a bit. Yeah, they came over while she was dying and took her clothes. But I think it's going good. Yeah, at the one, I think it's going well. One thing I like to do is to build relationships. Yeah, I am tired. Nothing really that new, Master Meatball. Hello, G Nightcloud. And I'm not wearing makeup, so I look tired when I'm not wearing makeup. Thank you very much. Both of you, 134 and Master Meatball, thanks for the compliments. Like diarrhea. That's pretty sad. You think you haven't been to a funeral in years, you have a feeling they will all come like diarrhea when they do. Well. Yeah. I was just listening to the history of blogs and how one guy basically bore his soul on the earliest blog. The guy that originally created Blogger before it was bought out by Google, and no, maybe that was somebody different, but anyway, I was only half listening. I know some people don't want to bare their soul unless they can be anonymous. Oh, I'm featured. Wow. Thank you, iVlog, for featuring me. Yeah, I get it. There's a poem I wrote about my life, which I don't want really. I read it to David, but other than David, I don't want it read until I die, because it's pretty sad. In high school, you got to take rocket science, your favorite class. That's good. Another brother, thank you. Thanks, Soul Child. I really don't want to focus on that. It's just in your personality, Drag King. The IRS doesn't really read the wills, Bangalitis. You don't file a will with IRS. Yeah, I can totally relate to that, another brother. I mean, the only reason I'm still into politics, there are certain issues I still care about very much, but that's sad. Sorry, but maybe I have become jaded. David, I remember when I met David and he said that he really liked that I wasn't jaded. But I have become jaded. Anita no longer has a caring nature she used to have when she wanted to do care work. And now you're definitely not a people person. Oh, bag o' lunch. Yeah, exactly, Master Meatball. Oh, true. I can turn on cams on iVlog. I'm gonna let David do that when he comes back. I don't know if that's what David would want, a huge statue of himself. Donated to the local city. No, thank you, Mad Dog. This is David's show. I'm just here to help him. I don't know if I want a statue. I'm okay. No statues needed. I think I know somebody in people I've always threatened to. I'll donate it all to the animal shelter. You would love a star named after you. Bag o' Lunchios Nova. Oh, thank you, Mad Dog. Reminds me, in about a week I have to do the paperwork to send to the FEC, and it'll probably be just your donations. No, I did not lose weight. If anything, I gained weight. I just hold it all down here so you can't see. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm not that heavy, but... And it's all in my hair. Well, that's because last time I saw you, I was probably just frowning. But for some reason, I'm smiling tonight. I like that idea of having trees planted. You're glad I'm smiling because being sad kind of sucks. True.
You know, at the market, the organic whole milk is almost $1 more than the 1%. Isn't that interesting? They process it less than the other milk, but they charge more for it. It's fascinating. Doesn't make sense.
It is.
I like the whole milk idea since they use chemicals to make the 1% and 2%. Now that I know that, I don't want to drink 1% or 2%. But they charge more for the whole milk. It's ridiculous. Why would that be?
I don't have a channel. Space Shuttle.
Yes, Sarah uses her tactical flashlight in the winter, especially, Mad Dog. It was very good.
I carry it around with me everywhere I go. I appreciate that gift very much, Mad Dog.
It's a good gift. Yeah.
And I even wore your shirt this year. The My Grass is Blue shirt to our music festival.
Yeah, yeah. I remember that. Well, I think maintaining a show is what Sarah and I have been doing for the past 11 years, and I don't mind doing that. I really, it's not a big loss for me to talk about the news either, in that I need to read the news anyways, so for me, I use that time period just to stay abreast of what's happening. It's kind of nice. It's like win-win for everybody.
You read the news.
Yeah. I learn from everyone who brings news clips in. I probably learn more information this way than if I were to go scan Drudge Report and just look at all the articles.
Or scan the internet for various things you're interested in.
Oh, I find different things. I never really had a place to go online. And when Google took over and Facebook took over, I didn't really feel comfortable just hanging out with people that may or may not be my contacts. I wanted to, hear about news. I wanted to hear about events. I wanted a talk show. And that's what we have. We have a talk show format with entertainment value.
And you're in charge.
And I get to do the whole thing. Yeah, it's great. So it worked out for me really well. This was the void I was missing back in 2008. Aside from running for president, it's also a great place to actually meet people, at least online, and share ideas. We may never meet in real life, but at least we can meet online.
Oh, Bag of Lunch wants you to turn on cams.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do that. Okay, thanks. Okay, Sarah, you're off for the night. Enjoy your evening. I'll catch up with you later. All right. Thanks for having dinner. I enjoyed it. It's good.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to go I'll get you that emu oil right now.
No, I just need to stretch.
Because there's a special, we have in the back of the top drawer is the CBD oil.
Okay.
If you want to try that, that goes right on your skin. That's pretty good for pain relief. It's called Relief.
It was fine when I was sitting. It's only when I was sitting.
Okay, well maybe it could be just, you're working your muscles. Sometimes when you work a muscle group, it'll do that. Okay. Protagoras. Okay, Greek God is citing some Greek philosophers. Nice. Thank you. Ukraine could badly damage both Donald and the Democrats. That's a good, fair assessment of the topical discussion today. They both made mistakes, but this is pale in comparison to having Russians blackmail our president over a sex tape, which Mueller said happened. So I don't know why the dialogue has shifted to this Ukrainian story, which is an older story. As much as it's important to find out why Biden violated laws and why Trump violated laws, we've seen even bigger violations with the Russian involvement. I mean, gross violations with Trump obstructing justice and trying to prevent Dan McGahn from testifying. Mueller doing a flip-flop job of it was not very complete. The entire report did not include Manafort's second trial. What happened with that? Manafort's second trial never happened, we would have found out about the Russian oligarchs funding Donald Trump's campaign there. Oh, but they stopped that. They didn't allow us to go there. And then, of course, this recent revelation that Michael Cohen is still discussing the issues with the New York State investigation and charges against Trump really begs the question, did we even roll over that stone? Because Michael Cohen said he had all kinds of information he'd trade with the Democrats for a lenient sentence, and he didn't roll over that stone. Basically, the Democrats didn't offer him anything he didn't have already. They could have gone out of their way to do that, made a special effort to get him a light sentence, just to get more dirt on the Russians. But that wasn't something either. So it's safe to say, based on the fact that we're now seeing this story about Ukraine pop up, that they're trying to divert our attention from reality. The reality is we are being taken over by Russia and Zionists themselves, and we can't do anything to stop it in their eyes. Well, I say we do have an opportunity to stop it. That this third party could veritably spike the two-party system and kick them on their ass and catch them at what they're doing, which is selling our country off cheap. And we can stop this wave of corruption that's plagued our nation with a new third party. That's what I believe. But oh no, try telling that to the mainstream media induced people who refuse to look at anything different. I was sitting among them this summer. I actually fired away back and forth with a bunch of people who were simply siding with Donald Trump or the Democrats. They wouldn't accept the middle ground. Although they admit that there's a lot of problems with the Democrats, Republicans, they wouldn't part from their two-party allegiance, whatever it may be. So, okay. Everywhere Trump asks for help, he has a hotel of finance interests. Yeah, a host of financial interests. He makes money, bag of lunch, on the whole deal. Let me get the cameras on. Sorry for the delay. Yeah, we sometimes forgot because people lost interest in the cameras after a while. It seems like not everyone is like, an exhibitionist like I am, obviously. I wouldn't be on every night if I, didn't want to be exhibited. But I'm not an exhibitionist in the sense that I want to go naked. That's kind of a... No, that's not my thing. It's not my thing. Wow, the Greek government has arrested a suspect in a hijacking, a 1985 hijacking of TWA Flight 847. Wow. He must be a real old guy. Greek police said Saturday that they've arrested a guy. Let's see if they get a picture. There he is. I remember this guy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They finally caught him. No picture, though. I only read news stories with pictures in them, so sorry. Next. Here's more of that dangerous police activity in China. They're carrying prisoners to the education camps. Most of them are dissidents. What this is, I have no idea, other than we got a live leak picture from GPS satellite reconnaissance. Reading, we don't have specific locations, but this is some sort of every prisoner is blindfolded, handcuffed, being moved around like animals, all being managed by the Chinese government. And Trump is about ready to start trade talks with China. I'm wondering if we really should continue the dialogue. I mean, I'm beginning to wonder if Trump hasn't stumbled on some sort of a new key to America's survival. I really am. I think that Trump has created a problem with China for his own personal gain. But do we really want to open up wide open trading without the caveat of human rights innovations and changes in their country? I mean, our country seems to be aligning with the social credit system now too, which is kind of sucks. Trump's now talking about social credit for gun access, gun rights. I mean, it's almost like Trump should be leading the way for individuality and not caving into China's human rights abuses. So I don't know if negotiating with China at this point without discussing human rights is really necessary. I think he's put enough obstacles in the trade talk Trump already has that we could add human rights to the list. That's what I'm saying. So your wife carries you to the bathroom? Oh, how nice. Saudi Arabia is selling its oil fields? Probably because they're all drained dry. Yeah. Hey, double crosses in. Okay. See if I can get your camera up and going. Nope, not yet. Yeah, I'm trying to get everything lined up here. I've got some problems with my... This is what I love about CoolRock. It's totally flexible screen, and when I line it up, we've got the whole CoolRock community right there, and I can just move things around as I see fit. So I've got the chat room going on there, and we've got this going. I built this program, CoolRock.com, to be able to accommodate this, and it really helped out in a pinch when I needed it. It was kind of sitting out there going, well, what do I use it for? And it turns out it blocks Cloudflare from locking up people's VPNs so they can get in and chat. At least they can go there. Not in every case, but in the ones that I've tried. And I'm running the entire show through a VPN just for IP security.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide. We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at CoolRock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
So everybody's welcome to go into our show at CoolRock, and you can have everything in there from live cameras to just, whatever you want. And then you can tour the web here at Web Oasis. Tour the web. It's a great button. It gives you complete access to anywhere on the internet. There's no limits to this link. There really are no limits to learning. We can go to any number of these locations and open up a gateway to learning and exploration. We've also got the drop-down menu over there at Web Oasis called the Arcade, which a lot of people have enjoyed. McDundee made 5 million points on one of these machines. Yep, all kinds of games. And other games like NES games up here. We've got Scissorfights Music, which is pretty extraordinary right there. And you can also record a song with Vocaroo, which gives you, the computer, the ability to record what's on your screen. And we got Double Cross with his outfit on. Okay. And we've got a new button called Foods Worldwide. Check this out. Anywhere in the world you can check out what they're eating. It's pretty awesome. Taipei. That's in the news right now. China. All these places in China. Chinese foods, most popular. Dishes. Taste outlets. It just tells you all things that you would never know. I mean, look at those. I had longevity peach. Look at that. That's kind of cool. Wow. Never seen that. But yeah, a whole host of things that you would find in China. Slow cooked soup, Cantonese. Yummy. You're going to get your mouth watering here. Duck's head. Who doesn't want duck's head? Jiang Bing. It's oversized dumpling. Seared Jiaoxi style dumpling. Yeah. Anyway, I'm into food, so I put the button on there. But you've got all kinds of other options to look at the website. Now we go to the next step here. This is an idea that I'm going to make on our spreadshirt rather. A POTUS with weed is a POTUS indeed. Vote ATP. This is an idea Scissor Fight came up with. Cool. So I'm going to try that on Spreadshirt tonight. I was planning on doing it last night, but I was just too tired. I couldn't do it. Yeah, I was beat, man. It was like a big show. Had to continually... I don't know how to get a promo code going. I really don't. The happy... I don't know. Are you talking about the happy thing? Yeah, that's not something you buy. That's actually a gong. It's a drum. You can play it. Whoa! And if you want to play with an interactive computer game, this interacts with AI. It's called AI Duet. It's a great plugin that this guy offers for free. That's the computer responding. Whoa, like that. See, I presented something cacophonous, and it gave me something cacophonous back. Kind of fun, huh? Anyway, that you can have all kinds of fun. It's all free on coolrock.com. Did I see a guy on Cool Rock vaping without his pants on? I didn't see that. It's not a children's website, no. It's a personal website to manage the Chalk Show and the chat show. Yeah, right, I'm sure. I don't think Adele writes any songs with my piano. The fun thing is, I enjoy music, I like the stimulation, and I think it's healthy to be able to play music while you're in the show on your end too. So you have all these tools at your disposal to play with, and one of the biggest problems with the internet is it's so static. And this entire thing is totally dynamic. So much so that you could actually move things around. It's no problem to actually move anything around on Cool Rock. Just grab a frame and move it. And if you want to refresh the whole thing, just go ahead and do that. Hit the refresh button, it'll pop right back up. Okay. I don't want to get any monies from Adele, but thank her anyway. Yeah, I'm not like you people. I don't value this idea of money. I don't know why, but it is, as you know, just a fictitious value, right? I value it insofar as you have to buy things at the store. You need a certain amount of money to do that. But if you really get ahead of yourself with money and buy things you can't really afford, then you're running behind everywhere. And I can't imagine wanting to live that way. So I've really never had a problem where I couldn't meet my obligations. But partly because I didn't choose to have kids. A lot of you have children, and that's a big responsibility, and I admire your effort. But that takes a lot of money. Yeah, it's not a children's website at all. It's an adult website. It's in fact kind of an adult playground without the porn. I mean, having a show involving politics every night is just the start. I actually want to create more of a hub for communicating, and we're gonna have a guest book on there. Eventually, have more stuff, but we have a hit counter on there that tells me I get about 15,000 hits a month. But I don't know how many of those are real because the hit counter is not on my end. It's on somebody else's end. I can't read the traffic because I don't host Cool Rock. Scraplet does. So I don't even know what he sees, even if his hit counter is working, because it seems to be stationary as far as I can tell. I don't think so, no. the impeachment process would have gone forward regarding the Russian involvement, which was obvious, and the fact that he forced his son, Donald Jr., to lie under oath and flip testimony. That's a significant part of the impeachment. The other part would be obviously working with Vladimir Putin on a business deal and telling us publicly that he wasn't. We find out that he offered Vladimir Putin a $50 million penthouse suite in Trump Hotel in Moscow before they built it. And he said he wasn't doing any business. And at the time, his sons were negotiating that. And we do know that his son was meeting the attorney to end sanctions, which automatically tells us that Russia was trying to end sanctions with that meeting, which is a tip for tap offer, which he didn't have the right to do because he wasn't present at the time. So there's more than enough evidence of that. And obstruction. Firing Comey could be interpreted as obstruction. Storming around the White House, according to 4 witnesses, claiming he was trying to fire Mueller the whole time. And they kept saying you can't do it. And that's obstruction, or at least attempt to obstruct. There's more than enough evidence of that. And when you look at the big picture, he's still trying to squirm around and hide with a whistleblower now. Whatever the whistleblower heard about Donald Trump offering Ukrainian money actually is just as important as how we perceive how he's proceeded with finding out dirt on his opponent through his own channels as president. You can't do that. He needed to go through intermediaries. Ironically, Hillary did more of that when she managed to get information on the sex dossier from a firm. I mean, she was going through intermediaries. Trump, if he was going to go through this, had to go through intermediaries through the Republican Party, but he didn't. He used his office, which is an impeachable offense. But he doesn't really know what he's doing. So half the things he's done would make him an impeachable president. I know. A lot of you Democrats are really patient because you don't really like Trump and you have that bond, and I appreciate that. But you're not Democrats anymore because you're no longer finding anything they're saying that interesting. A lot of them are pushing LGBTQ, and you're like going, why? Gun control, and you're going, why? What right do they have to take away our Second Amendment? And many of you are cued in like Ron Paul Democrats that really know that the Federal Reserve is manipulating our government and is the coffer, the money handler and the money changer for the global elitists. And we have them stuck right there in the center of our monetary system. And you're leaving the Democrats because they won't even acknowledge that. There's a lot of reasons why the Democrats have failed you. The homelessness in the streets of America is still getting worse, not getting better. But then Donald doesn't have any out-of-the-box ideas to fix homelessness like we do with our mobile medical unit system and our mobile service unit system. That's an awesome plan that will get people necessary health care with mobile medical unit, rapid response, and necessary service like washers, dryers, bathroom facilities, showers with using recycled water on board at 95 degrees temperature. So you get clean, but you don't get cooked. This is hilarious. A Democratic gathering cooked 10,500 steaks while lecturing Americans about eating less meat. Look at this Kamala Harris gathering. This is unbelievable. Oh, she's like reveling in BS, this woman. She said she got bussed as a kid. Her parents were rich. She didn't get bussed as a kid. Several Democratic presidential candidates will be attending the annual steak fry event despite lecturing Americans about the need to eat less meat because of climate change. So they're steeped in BS, just like Al Gore used to buy Occidental Petroleum stock to profit while talking about the dangers of petroleum and greenhouse gases. Classic hypocrisy from the Democrats. Andrew Yang said he would modify Americans' diets over time by increasing the price of beef to the point where Americans would buy less meat. Bernie Sanders and Mayor Pete Buttigieg are also in favor of adding a meat tax in order to decrease consumption of meat. Cory Booker, who's a vegan, said this planet simply can't sustain people eating meat. You know how easy it is to be a meat farmer? It's the easiest thing in the world to graze cattle. It's not hands-on. You don't have to use multiple levels of machinery that run on fossil fuels to harvest the soybeans, the genetically modified soybean. You don't have to spray pesticides everywhere. Animals will eat grass and weeds, whatever. It's incredibly natural for the planet to have livestock. It's a perfectly normal match between man and nature. But yet these people who are vegans are looking more and more like POWs. You watch them over 15 years on YouTube. They literally go from normal people to looking like a POW in 15 simple years of broadcasting. We've seen it on YouTube. I saw a lady in a whole series of compilations of people who literally had turned into gaunt, almost, they look emaciated. Let's just put it that way. It's amazing. And the American people have truly grown up on a paleo diet, so this push by the Democrats to anti-meat push is ridiculous. It's a New World Order attempt to have us all eating genetically modified soybeans and turn into homosexual transgenders. I'm not kidding. It really is happening. Soys raise your esters in your body. Men would start behaving effeminate. Like, say you have a big, huge soy burger. You start to talk like this. And just go like this everywhere you go. And that soy burger is changing the dimension of your brain. Pretty soon you're sounding more and more like Tim Gunn on Project Runway. Okay, everybody, let's gather and check the accessory rack. You know, you don't necessarily want to become gay unless you're forced into it. You had a big soy sausage the other day. See, there you go. And you're eating GMO soy, I'll bet. That's the problem. Man boobs, gynochlamydia. Shelley loves my gay voice. There you go. But this show should not be about war and presidents, and it should be about what makes sense for you on a diet level and how Americans need to grow more of their own vegetables. Today I harvested out of my spinach garden, not a lot of leaves, but enough to, have a salad or maybe cook spinach tomorrow night. And they grow every day this time of year. So in the autumn, you can grow spinach. In the fall, you can grow spinach in almost any climate. And as far as leafy vegetables in the winter, forget it. Just go for your canned goods. And Del Monte's coming out with a brand new line that they've got products already on the market that are non-GMO. So there's a lot of products now like the O brand at Safeway that you can get organic vegetables in. They've got frozen varieties all over the place. So you can definitely go away from pesticides or herbicides by eating organic, non-GMO. And that's the important thing. Anyway, the Democrats don't have ideas like this. Trump can't manifest an idea like this because he's completely forgotten he promised people this idea back in the race. He stole this idea that I had and used it as though it was his. He never mentioned a mobile service unit. That's brand new. That concept is a brand new idea. But this is a plan to get the country basic solutions in our homeless encampments so that people don't have to live like animals, and basic health care that's a lot more affordable so it will be less of a drain on Medicaid. Now, unlike the Democrats who want Medicare for all, which would cost $60 trillion, I support Medicaid for all. And it's already happening now, so we don't even have to worry about it. Medicaid can cover people that can't afford a copay to go to the mobile medical unit. Now, essentially, we're looking at about a $30 copay to get seen. And if you can't afford it, you simply sign a note, put your fingerprint down and say, yes, I affidavit, I don't have any cash, I am broke. Please help. And Medicaid funds will be drawn from. Yeah, vegans are really weakening their body. The amino acids necessary to function are just not there, especially vitamin B12. If you are vegan, you got to get B12 into your system. I was a vegetarian for 5 years. Well, the VA system, in my opinion, is the only way we're going to make this happen, tiddly-dee. If we wait for Congress to implement the mobile medical unit, and remember a lot of the veterans, 35% of the veterans today are homeless. We're going after the homeless population with this mobile system. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be just a veteran to use this. This will be available to everybody in the country by law. No VA can technically, legally turn away an illegal alien walking to their front door, technically, if they're the only hospital within the range of that person. So right now, the VA has to deal with emergency crises that happen at their door, whether they like it or not, by law. We're not going to be selective and only get veterans into this thing. This is available to anybody, illegal, legal, whatever. Any human being can get treated here. Do you not want to treat? That's fine. You don't have to go here. You could simply go to a doctor in your area, or an ER or a trauma care center in your area and pay a fee, or have health insurance that'll cover you. I'm not affecting the private healthcare system with this idea. Generic medicine could be built and delivered through the mobile medical units. Entirely possible. And marijuana could be sold at the location. In fact, the entire system could be run on hempoline, biofuel that could run and power up the generators, and totally natural and a lot less pollution than standard diesel. So I want to give those moochers as much money as as much help as I can possibly give them without giving them anything else. The problem with our system right now is when you're talking about moochers, Xenu, you're talking about a class of people that are going to be there whether you pay for their health care or not. And we, by law, have to help everybody with health care. I know that may not be something you want, and the Supreme Court ruled on this in around 2001. We have an obligation to help these people. Anyway, whether we make this solution happen or not, the cost of healthcare is going to rise if we don't. We have to have a low-cost solution. That's the only way around this healthcare crisis. The Democrats don't seem to understand that. They've unfortunately fallen into the track of, well, we just want to pay for everybody and give them Medicare. And that's a $60 trillion proposal. Doctors are ripping us off right now with Medicare. And we don't even have a Medicare system that will actually get us value out of our health care. With Medicaid, they actually manipulate the rates that doctors will actually get paid by saying, hey, we've got a large group of people we're going to pay for. We're not going to give you more than, say, $15 for a scan, a bone scan. So the government gives them $15. They really want $150 for the bone scan. Our government gives them $15 right now for Medicaid. That's how much a bone scan gets when they finally do it. It takes them like 30 minutes. So they're not making bank on bone scans. They're losing money. The hospitals are. So if we would to do a bone scan at a mobile medical unit, we'd be alleviating them of that hassle of doing a bone scan. The private healthcare system could be used for other purposes. Or just divert their efforts and their people to other tasks, making better use of their labor. A die-off of salmon caused the collapse of salmon fishing in British Columbia? Yeah, I know. You're right. Only veterans can get benefits, but any hospital has to serve anybody in need. If they're the only hospital located to a trauma, those people are brought in to that trauma care unit at the VA, whoever they are. And that's simply a loophole in this entire discussion that we could easily exploit. I'm not trying to take VA funds to help everybody. I want a system that runs itself, that doesn't require excessive amounts of tax dollars to support it. I envisioned that program could be done for $1 billion to create the units, 200 units at $5 million apiece, and then $1 billion to actually work for a year while we draw people in with a public option. Now, say we offered a public option for a large population, $60 a month if you wanted to have full health care. You might want to do it. Some people would pay $60 a month for health care. They're not going to pay $700 a month for health care. A lot of people are now paying as much as $1,000 a month for health care in their jobs. So if we offer that type of a solution, we'll also offer other solutions as well. Like a 24/7 cancer cure center that'll treat people and produce low-cost vaccines and medication for people facing cancer relief. You'll be getting involved with a brand new opportunity to save your life by getting behind a public option, which will help fund the 24/7 Cancer Cure Center, as well as money from NIH, which could currently divert to research on Viagra and Cialis. So people are getting erections with the money we're putting into this. We could easily divert some of it to a 24/7 Cancer Cure Center. So this spawns off into a lot of different ideas that'll help people in real need and solve real problems, as opposed to what we have today, which doesn't address any real concerns. But the mobile service unit idea is really for the homeless. I'm more than willing to continue talking about this, but I'd rather talk about where we're at with this war in Iran. We got about 40 minutes left. I might as well just discuss about this war in Iran. We have been funding buildup in that region against Iran, and it seems that Pompeo and Trump are both using rhetoric that seems to blame Iran for everything that happens, even though they didn't strike the 3 tankers recently. According to the Japanese tanker owner, it wasn't an Iranian strike, and it certainly weren't bombs. They were like 50 caliber machine guns that blew holes in the sidewalls of his tanker. That was the previous situation. Now we've got the oil tanks or the oil fields of Saudi Arabia being attacked by a drone that, according to the news, the Houthi rebels are somehow responsible. Now, these are the same people that got money through Arab Spring to depose President Saleh of Yemen by Barack Obama. What's to say Iran's funding this? Barack Obama was just over in Iran just 2 weeks ago. Or about a week and a half ago, right before the attack on the Saudi Arabian oil fields. How do we know he wasn't involved communicating the CIA operation as a liaison, like a triple agent, if you will, and negotiated some BS deal with Iran, making it seem like the Iranian people are involved? I don't know if Barack Obama was involved, but he was over there. And Trump never prosecuted him for violating the Logan Act, which is very suspicious. So Obama was in Iran right before the attack. But are we blaming Obama? Are we blaming the Iranians? Or are we blaming the CIA who are funding the Houthi rebels back in Arab Spring? I mean, this is ridiculous. We don't know who caused this. It's certainly not enough to warrant an attack on Iran. And let's not forget, Mohammed bin Salman, the prince, Mohammed bin Salman, the prince, has actually not made a public comment about what he thinks caused it. He's treading very carefully to his belief that he shouldn't make a comment at all. Very smart move on his part. We were wondering why Jeffrey Epstein was in this area in Riyadh the evening of the 2016 election. We haven't quite figured that out. But if you want to read the article at insider.com, here it is. It's worth looking at. You know what's happening right now? Scanning is, yeah. What's happening right now with the homeless situation? Like, Houston is facing another massive hurricane right now. You probably know about the Houston flooding going on. Well, you notice that Houston has very little amounts of homeless now that after the last hurricane. The homeless problem has been getting better in Houston, and now this flood is bound to cause a major exodus of people from properties. Well, our government typically positions FEMA barges off the coast of areas that are near the water. Now, there's some people that believe that FEMA barges are being used to extinguish anybody like homeless people in any area. I mean, if they're off the coast of Houston, like they were with Hurricane Harvey, with the evacuees that went off there, that would explain why Houston has less homeless people now. So now another hurricane hit. At least 4 people are dead following this week's massive flooding in the Houston area, where some neighborhoods were deluged with almost 16 feet of water, as Tropical Storm Imelda dumped up to 40 inches of rain on the region. I'm sure the FEMA barges are out there right now collecting anybody who can't find a home and saying, hey, come on onto the barges, right? Okay, there's a little problem with that. There's not one single posting of anybody on any one of these barges all over the internet. Nowhere can be found an Instagram, Twitter message, anybody broadcasting or even sending photos of what's like inside of these things with massive wiring and fencing around them. So my suspicion is a lot of the homeless people are being stuck in these things and terminated there. That's my suspicion. Why else would it explain why Houston's having less and less homeless problems after every one of these hurricanes? I can't explain that. Can you? I'd be open to anybody explaining why their numbers are dropping. They wouldn't doubt they have fish feeding systems in there, yeah, for termination, like grinding units. I'm serious. I'm worried. If there were social messages about the FEMA barges online and saying, "Hi, Mom, I'm just here at this beautiful FEMA barge. They helped me when the hurricane hit," and like a selfie, right? Yeah, I know that, Fremoni. Mark is live hiring people to censor my show right now. Could you copy that on Screencast? Yeah, because I don't have the time to do that. Could you copy that right on Screencast and send it to America's Third Party? Otherwise, we won't even be able to get anyone to believe it. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's been going on for months, years now. Yeah, it's been happening. So please do that. Yes, Trump is very narcissistic. Trump is all the worst possible traits a person can have. Unfortunately. There was a guy, Tony Schwartz, who wrote the book, The Art of the Deal. It wasn't Donald Trump that wrote The Art of the Deal. It's a double cross. You're in the show. You've got your night vision on. We've got double cross in here. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, appreciate it. Okay. Yes, Soylent Green is people. That's right. But if I had anybody video that you know of on those FEMA barges, "Hi, Mom, I'm here. It's really nice here. The bathrooms and the showers are really clean, and everybody's been really friendly. I'll see you as soon as I get home to Houston. Bye." There's not one single message anywhere. So when people go on those barges, their cell phones are taken away. Their bodies are disposed of. God knows what's happening. I'm guessing, but I'm just wondering because there's a big, huge vacant point on the internet. What's going on? It's what we don't see that should be scared of. It's the things that are missing in the picture that don't make sense, that are key to the future and how we're supposed to read what our government's doing. I got a testimony from a guy in iVlog the other day. About 6 months ago, he called up from Portland, and he was in the chat room, and actually on camera, kind of like Double Cross is right now, and he was telling me that he couldn't understand where all the people are being taken. That there are no people. He went back to his house and he's overlooking an area of encampments all up and down a certain row of areas. Nobody was there. They were all gone. And then the next day, a skip loader came in and just started moving down the street, just dumping all their crap into a garbage can. They just swept the street of everybody and then the next day cleaned up all the stuff. Where are those people going? Weird, yeah. And now Trump is talking about installing his answers for the homeless problem in California, and he's putting a special task force. You know that's going to be a FEMA operation. He's just couching his words right now. He's making sure no one freaks out, but you know Trump is going to implement a New World Order street cleanup of people and literally take them off the street. The FEMA camps are available for that, and that's exactly what they're being tasked to do right now, Xenu. Donald Trump has got a huge border crisis with 200,000 people entering the country over the past a year and a half, possibly even more than that, 1 million. But they're dealing with about 200,000 to 300,000 people at the border at any given time. It can't be good. And he's using military-style encampments to do it, and that changes the dimension of how he treats these people, too. That's why Ocasio-Cortez said these were concentration camps. But the illegals can definitely be, going to those camps. We have no provision otherwise to solve the problem. But the thing is, we need to have a provision to solve the problem. We need some sort of a container fence like this $1 billion unit that we want to put up, that we could actually cut holes in and turn these into tiny houses. Yeah, our tiny house container homes are the rage right now. And we could easily turn one of these things into a comfortable style solution, providing necessary windows and doors and access points. There could be a ladder to some of the people higher up so you can get to the second level. This could be part of the wall. And the other side of the wall could be reinforced concrete, blown on, blowcrete. blown right onto the wall with chain link fencing. But something like that would be nice, wouldn't it, for some of the homeless people? Yeah. We can actually have video surveillance of the area too. Nothing wrong with that. See, this offers all this potential growth possibilities because every container could be turned into a little mini house, and the other side could be reinforced with concrete. And there's a whole product out there. Yeah, don't. It's in the gunite family. It's like what is called as shotcrete. It's like gunite and shotcrete. There are types of sprayed concrete that can be sprayed on like a metal grid that could be hardwired to an Ethernet system, so we could use it as a form of like a net around every unit, so that we'd know if any one of them is penetrated. But the gunite and shotcrete are two trade terms for different types of sprayed concrete, developed for tunnels, but they can easily be used for this purpose. Dry shotcrete and wet shotcrete can be applied. Dome construction, slope creation, tunneling, all of this is artificial ponds. It'd be perfectly applicable to this use, and this would be, our structure would be up, we'd spray the back side of it, and we'd open up the front to living facilities that are ethical for homeless people who are transient and waiting for some sort of an asylum hearing to see if they qualify as economic or political asylum cases. Well, we already have this. It's not that I'm promising you. This is what our country's doing right now, Xenu. But you can certainly donate up to $5,000 for our general campaign, I believe. Yes. You have to be a U.S. citizen, though. Find a local mountain, tunnel out housing units. That too. Absolutely, Space Shuttle. Yeah. So we need something real, and it has to be done quickly. We've seen the fencing that Donald Trump put up. You can easily scale that fencing. Somebody said, hey, David, you can use magnets and go up the walls of these things with magnets. You could, theoretically, but we could also grease them down so that not even a magnet will hold. If we put hydrophobic material on the side here, spray it on this side, and the other side spray shotcrete for extra strength over a grid of like wiring, like chain link, and then put concertina wire along the top, that could be rolled out concertina wire like a slinky. We grease them down, and then there's just no way anybody's going to get over that without a real hassle. And if they try to, we'll see them or hear them or feel them or sense them. We'll have meters in every one of these upper units that will detect motion as well. Motion, any type of potential movement underground. Every one of these containers will act as a diaphragm, much like a stethoscope, where you listen into your heartbeat. Well, we could listen into the unit itself by drilling into the top and putting this highly sensitive listening device. We could hear drilling operations underneath the tunnel at any one location and perhaps identify them through an advanced network of Ethernet cable guarded with heavy-duty steel fiber so that nobody can break into it. We could virtually know where one of the break-ins is occurring within about 5 or 6 seconds and have some sort of I guess an automated manned or unmanned vehicle could get to that location. A micro air vehicle could locate the source of the problem. Now this is sustainable. Otherwise, with the population growth going on in South America right now, we're not going to be able to deal with a massive explosion or some sort of an earthquake disaster in Mexico City. We'll have 30 million people flying at our border at any given time under the current system. We need to do something other than just sit there and do nothing. Now, Trump's claiming the border is getting built. I don't see enough of it. We could patrol the entire border and have a laser defense system that's comprised of an active denial system, which is non-invasive, doesn't hurt anybody, but it'll heat up your skin if you get close to it. So we have that possibility too. Well, the border wall money could be used for homeless if we'd go to the right places, but if we give it to people like Eric Garcetti, the mayor of Los Angeles, he's going to waste it on some foo-foo liberal project and waste tons of money on housing that homeless people aren't even going to use. The wall is essential to our national security. The reason why we've got a large homeless problem is partly due to the illegal aliens that the Democrats have brought in. Yeah, you can blame the Democrats for a lot of the homeless problems we're having today. They're the ones that have had an open door policy toward illegal immigration all these years. Jerry Brown openly said to the president, the former president Nieto of Mexico, that he wanted Mexicans illegals in the state of California. Yeah, you remember that? Yeah. Anyway, micro air vehicles can patrol the entire border.
Micro air vehicles, or MAVs, will play an important role in future warfare. The urban battle
Okay, so for those of you who have the ability of lip reading, we try to give you at least a 2 to 3 minute tutorial every night so that if you perfect your skills, you'll be able to someday work at the government national security agencies because they look for lip readers. It's one of the most important things you can do. Yeah. I know I purposely do that. I was saying that homeless people were being hauled out of the streets of Houston and put in rivers. I was talking about how this country is virtually seeing missing homeless people and that the Democrats have done nothing to help this. Now, I would love for these people who are in need to have a little tiny house container building that they can move into at the corner, at the border itself. Now, it wouldn't have the end cap, but you'd have a few windows. Or this luxury tiny house container building. That's pretty cool. They put wood siding on the outside. Or this scaled down version. Who would want to live in this lovely little mini container home? You too can have the beautiful stormer windows and the metal gated security door. You too will love to have this incredible homeless opportunity, especially if you have nothing. There are a lot of people interviewed have absolutely no idea how they got to be the point where they're homeless. It's crazy. Now, Trump's idea is currently being implemented for $3.6 billion, but he only is authorizing 175 miles. Mine goes 1,000 miles for $1 billion. Big difference. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you guys, if you can get copies of Mark broadcasting and soliciting people to censor my show, I need to get video of that. I can't possibly do it myself. Thank you. I don't know. Did a section of Trump's fence fall over today? I don't know. Let me take a look. Scanning. I would never co-host with Mark. Mark has been censoring our show for so long, it's not even funny. It's still not built, according to Washington Post, but more than 2 years later, Trump's wall remains unbuilt.
You've been able to see it. We're building very large sections of wall, and we're building in different sections. We're building different sections simultaneously, and we think by the end of next year, which will be sometime right after the election, actually, but we think we're going to have close to 500 miles of wall.
Yeah, has construction of the border wall started?
$1.6 billion to fund projects along the U.S.-Mexico border. That included new and updated fencing, levees, and security technology, but didn't specifically include funding for the president's promised concrete wall.
U.S. officials say that more than 120 military construction projects will be put on hold so that $3.6 billion can be diverted to fund President Donald Trump's border wall.
Trump wants to build 450 miles by the end of 2020. Of that, close to 100 miles would be new fencing or barriers where none existed before. And that only happens if Trump wins an ongoing court battle over whether or not he can redirect funds Congress has already appropriated. So far, only 60 miles of new or replacement fencing has been built. This is the long way of saying there's no funding for the president's wall. And while fences have been built, no wall has been built yet. He still earns 3 Pinocchios.
Yeah, so he hasn't really built the wall. He was out filming a 10-foot of wall the other day with the Army. He went down there and he filmed 10 feet of wall. It's ridiculous. He says there's 47 miles of wall, but there really isn't. He's just lying about that. He lies like a rug. Right. What he does, what Mark does, is because he pays Ghost Politics money to broadcast $2,000 an episode, he repeats the broadcast and talks to it like he's communicating to the broadcast. Yeah, it's his only way of somehow pulling viewers from our show. And his task is to keep people from watching our show. That's what Mark has paid lots of money to do. That's it. Not to sell VIP accounts. I didn't even want a VIP account. He forced one on me. I don't even buy these things. I've never spent a penny on VIP. I agree. I don't see a problem with a wall at all. Obama has a wall around his house. I totally agree with the wall idea, tiddly-dee. Don't get me wrong, but I'm trying to solve 2 problems with one fell swoop with the container fence. We've got a housing issue on the border that is not being resolved. It's not sustainable. We've got now people profiting from moving bodies left and right to new places. And that's why we're getting concentration camp style complaints and of abuse going on. John Kelly left the chief of staff position and he became a personal investor in an immigration system that transports illegal immigrants from one facility to another. It's like a profit system for John Kelly. It's ridiculous. These people are profiting from this. They're not solving the problem. Okay, we got a video tonight that was submitted in our pre-show about more observations that defeat the flat earth theory from pilots who have been doing ample discussions online. We'll be playing that tonight in the show. They've got more than enough proof that the flat earthers are really out to lunch. We have to constantly worry about those people. And so the U.S. is now, the official news is that we are going to be deploying military forces to Saudi Arabia, according to the United Arab Emirates, after drone attacks on oil sites. So we're putting Saudi Arabian and United Arab Emirates military personnel down on the ground after drone attacks on oil sites. Now, this is not uncommon. It's not necessarily a position of more war. I wouldn't do it. I don't really think that there's a direct threat from Iran. Personally, I think that we're being played by somebody at a high level. But it is within the scope of what we've been doing in the operations in the past. Iraq, even Gulf War I, we worked with Saudi Arabia. A lot of times we had to, forge ties in the area that obviously, deal with the oncoming threat of violence. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it's true. Sometimes we get a video that comes through, like Scissor Fight brought a video the other day that had a person refuting the flat earth theory, but then also called out everybody as a conspiracy theorist. You'll notice the QAnon people online, the ones that are still claiming that Donald Trump is stopping the deep state. Those people are always pushing for this idea that conspiracy theories, even 9/11 truth theories, are just BS. They want you simply to believe that Donald Trump is stopping all your worries about a deep state. They want to keep you dumb. And they are certainly not making sense anymore, especially after Jeffrey Epstein was obviously seen publicly on his own island, and it's becoming more and more prevalent, the belief that he's alive, that he's actually out there. He got away scot-free. So why would Donald Trump let that happen unless he was part of the deep state? So that kills the QAnon theory. Yeah, I'll go to the Poodle Waddle. I'm just trying to see if I can construct a Poodle Waddle button on my site at Coolrock. Yeah, I was trying to add it there. I didn't know where I should add the Poodle Waddle button, so I've got the Coolrock online community site up and running here. And thanks for coming in, everybody. Coolrock is a place you can move anything around if you want. All these boxes are flexible. You just grab it with your left mouse button and move it around. But now I did that, I have to refresh, because I want to find a place for Poodle Waddle. News when you were born right here, this one. That's pretty good. It tells you, you put your birth year in, it starts telling you what happened during that time period. Yeah, I was wondering if I should just put that down below. So I'm going to, yeah, it's pretty cool. If you click on it, your year, it'll tell you all the things that happened. David, Ben Carson is working under Trump, yes. He's head of housing and urban development. He's not doing a very good job, but I want to make this one the Poo Doodle button. So I'm just going to go here and go Poo Doodle and just change the button to yeah, Poo Doodle. Pood Waddle, sorry, Pood Waddle, Pood Doodle. World clocks, we'll call it. Okay. Okay, there it is, world clocks. It'll open up a new page which takes you to Poo Doodle, and it gives you a population clock, health clock, earth clock, civ clock, regional clock. Really good. Thank you for the link. Okay, so I'm going to go down here and, well, I'm going to duplicate this right here. It didn't duplicate, or did it? I will not be in the debates. No, I'll be handling the debates, though. Yeah, they're not going to let me into the dialogue at all. I duplicated the link, but it didn't seem to pop. Let me duplicate this link. There it is. Okay, I'm going to take Foods Worldwide down here. Or stick it somewhere else. Probably put it right there and then drop the AI duet down. That makes the most sense. Okay. And then I'll just put the properties of the notepad in there. And what happened in the year of my birth. And I'll put that in properties. Yeah, and I'll break it up for ease of use. Make a sentence out of it. What happened in my birth year? Okay. Then I go up to the top of the page, hit save, done. Page saved successfully, and we now have Poododdle as a world clock button. Poodoodle or Poowaddle, thank you. You should be a contender. I should be, yeah. They don't want anyone of a third-party nature to actually compete in the debates because we don't have a free and open system. It's very much like North Korea. We just don't know it. Yeah, when testing the freedoms of our country out, we'll find out, all of us will find out, that we aren't free or democratic. Yeah, good news. Democrats and Republicans are both looking bad now. Yeah, they're both looking bad. It seems like Biden went ahead and violated his role as VP when he tried to work a deal with Ukraine to end the prosecution of his son Hunter. And it looks like Trump just blew it when he heard news of that and went ahead and contacted Ukraine for personal reasons to get dirt on Biden. That's it in a nutshell. Both of them have dirt on each other now, and they're both going after each other. But the real news at this point is that Trump is stonewalling a whistleblower complaint about Ukraine. That's the more pending story, which, if it continues, will amount to charges of contempt. And Trump and his team will be charged with contempt. And if the impeachment hearing goes forward, which it probably will, we're looking at contempt charges there as well. So right now we're looking at contempt charges going to be filed against Trump and his team. I'm amazed that criminal charges were filed against William Barr. He clearly tried to obstruct by claiming there was no obstruction. So that really adds to the question of what kind of a leader do we have with Trump, and how many of these people are really super corrupt? And I believe that many of them are. I don't think we have to really guess as to how corrupt both parties are now, including Biden. It's a win-win for third parties as far as I'm concerned, but again, with censorship the way it is, we just have to keep spreading the word that both parties are screwing us over financially and ultimately taking money from massive corporations which don't care about the people. Anyway, it's always fun to ruminate on what the possibilities could be. This is Homeland Security's strategic plan for national security, and they have every right to do whatever they want to do for their own purposes, but as long as they don't impinge upon freedoms in America. That's the important thing. We can't let these people get away with violating our First Amendment rights and our right to assembly. Because it does seem like DHS is bordering on that with a lot of their activities in general. As long as they don't impinge their will upon average people and make it and falsely imprison people, then I'm okay with them investigating potential terrorist threats in this U.S. country, in the United States. It's something that I can't imagine them not wanting a terrorist want list, because they have to be aware of what's happening. It's potentially dangerous for our country at all times. The fact that we haven't been hit by a terrorist strike since 9/11 implies that one of two things. 9/11 was an inside job and it was never really a terrorist attack. Or we've had incredibly impeccable security since 9/11 preventing a terrorist attack. Well, a stress test of the security system at TSA showed a 90% failure rate just 4 years ago. So it's highly unlikely it was impeccable work by our government in preventing terrorism that kept terrorism from happening. It looks more and more like 9/11 was an inside job. The more we look at it, there was a massive cover-up of funding. Right, our former Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, actually claimed that we were $2.3 trillion missing from the Pentagon just one day before the 9/11 attack. Fascinating. So the 2020 strategic policy against terrorism by the Homeland Security is now public. Okay, thank you. Oh, definitely. I think 9/11 was an inside job. Dick Cheney won't even comment on it. And the guy that talked to Dick Cheney during the time that George W. was sitting there talking to a group of kindergartners and reading a book upside down while we were being attacked, Dick Cheney talked to General Worley, and General Worley, he can't testify at all about anything he said because he died of a freak attack on a subway in 2009. He and his wife died along with 7 other people. David Worley. This is the man was on the phone with Dick Cheney, our vice president, and he and his wife died on that subway accident, which turned out to be a raging subway accelerator, bypassing even the brakes, forcing the subway into crashing and killing 7 other people, 9 people total. And he and his wife died, General Worley and his wife died in 2009, so we can never really get any answers from these people. They're dead. So we still have a lot of questions about 9/11. And now the architects and engineers are getting some mileage. They're protesting. They're saying we have new information and making a solid case for there was no fire leading to the falling of Building 7. That was a big story that the 9/11 Commission came up with. Doesn't match any of their scientific evidence. Why do women and men bathe in the waters of their dead ancestry? Of the dead ancestors? It's something to do with the contact between life and death. And no one can explain why the Ganges is such an important spiritual event for them, but it is, the Hindus. The fact that they float their bodily remains of their loved ones in the water is very disturbing. And I'm not even going to play that because it's so disturbing. What they're suggesting would be to get snapping turtles that actually eat human body parts. That's been a theory posted out there. They think snapping turtles will get rid of the human flesh from the bodies. They'll pick the bodies clean if they just bring these large turtles in they'll eat anything, flesh, whatever. There's talk of this among the leaders in the Ganges region. The turtles supposedly will somehow clean the water of the human remains. If I were leading the people of India, and I'm not, I would have massive filter units installed in the Ganges to pull waste, including human waste, into a machine that just crunches it into compost. But you got to have plastic waste too. There's all kinds of plastic waste floating around. So people wash in the Ganges together in areas like this where they gather just to simply, get in the water of their dead ancestors, which are denitrifying in the water, along with feces and urine. Don't forget that. So there's something going on in the mindset of the Indian people that make them do this. I can't really tell you how or why. It's the Day of the Dead. They celebrate that, yeah. Yeah, I don't do youth water from that. I get mine from the Fountain of Youth. It's a special little water fountain I found. It's hard to get to, though. It's extremely hard to get to. You can't just find it. It's like really, really remote. Why don't they have shame in India? I don't know. I'm not an Indian. I don't understand their culture. Miley Cyrus and Caitlyn Carter has split. The lesbian love affair is over, so Miley may be looking for a new boyfriend. Some of you guys may be looking for, yeah. Singer and Brody Jenner's ex-separate vow to be friends after whirlwind romance that was televised on TV where they were making out. Yeah, the 26-year-old singer and the 31-year-old former wife of Brody Jenner are apparently staying close, even if their connection is no longer romantic. So they've decided not to do each other, and I think that's a good thing. It's a good chance for Miley to find her heterosexual roots again. And we all know how important that is, especially if you want a bond with another man other than your ex. I know. No, Miley's not a dude. No, that's just your mind thinking weird thoughts. No, I think he's married. We do care about celebrities ticking time bags. We just had Billy Cyrus came in our show, and I had to ask her to leave. Billy Eilish. Billy Cyrus. Yeah, she just came into our show, and I had to ask her to leave a couple nights ago. She was in for just a few minutes. I said the terms of service deal is that you have to be over 18 to be in the show, 18 or over. So, not Billy Ray Eilish. But she's 17 now, so she's going to be 18. As soon as she turns 18, she can come in and hang out with us. I told her so. Meta-Nemesis told her about the show and said what we were doing, and she came in and had kind of a nice thing to say. I just didn't want her to violate the terms of service, and I certainly don't want to give Mark any reason to kick anybody off the show. So I told her, Billie Eilish, you cannot come in until you're 18, okay? All right. Just wait a little longer, and then you can come on in and chat. Damning evidence about Prince Andrew yet again. It just keeps spinning out of control for the prince. He thought it was all behind him with Jeffrey Epstein allegedly dying. But now, damning evidence on Prince Andrew could be in Russian hands, according to MI6. Whether there is damning evidence that was from the Mossad meeting house of Jeffrey Epstein on Epstein Island, we don't know. But we know that Jeffrey Epstein, now allegedly dead, still poses a huge danger to the prince if any true evidence of a relationship with Virginia Roberts Giuffre becomes evident publicly. But I don't really think anything's going to happen. I mean, look at the sex tape with Donald Trump watching women urinate. That's never gone public. Jeff Bezos' penis picture never went public, so I don't think Prince Andrew has anything to worry about. The agency's concerns center on the curious case of John Mark Dugan, an ex-Marine and former Palm Beach County Sheriff deputy who now lives in Russia. Dugan was moved to Moscow and sought asylum there in 2016, had worked for the sheriff's office in 2005, the year it began an investigation into Epstein. The billionaire pedophile had owned a Palm Beach mansion, and now, almost 20 years after Andrew's alleged tryst, a security source tells the Times that MI6 is concerned that Dugan may still have inside information concerning Epstein and Prince Andrew. Dugan claimed on Facebook in July he still possessed confidential documents no one has seen. And Dugan is known to have contact with Pavel Borodin, a senior Russian government official who is sometimes referred to as President Putin's mentor. Dugan quit the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department in 2009 after 3 years on the road patrol and became a self-appointed corruption whistleblower. So this alleged tryst that Virginia Roberts de Giuffre happened with Prince Andrew, where she claims that he had had sex with her, he forced sex on her. She claims that he actually said thank you afterwards. Very, very, very English of you to say that. Thank you. Thank you for the forced sex, which is not cool. Right, so this could be a real issue, and this is the guy that could be at the center of the storm. Wow. It doesn't look like he's going to last much longer, though. I mean, if he's out there and walking around, I mean, I don't know. Another one of Epstein's, in fact, the guy that was investigating Epstein to start with, he just ended up dying, and no one knows why. Yeah, in fact, a guy who worked with that cop just died. So maybe there could be something to the story. I mean, there was a cop that worked with this guy that definitely had knowledge. Yeah. Well, let's be clear. You had 12 double cheeseburgers today? You just couldn't stop eating? Tiddly D says maybe Miley could date the whole One Direction band. Yeah, that wouldn't be the first time it happened. So I'm having some problems with one of my link libraries just crashed on me, unfortunately. Dang. That was unexpected. Sorry. Let me see if I can pull up the story from another source. Lucky for me, I've got 3 sources to store stories. It's a shame, really. I have sticky notes, which give me a place to stick my sticky notes. Okay, that's not cool. Huh. Now my sticky note library has been destroyed. Oh, this is not cool. Not cool at all. Okay, I will now go to my backup. This is crazy. I just found my Flipboard, and here it is. It has 29 magazines in it. And we just opened up the Epstein file. This is it. I'll give you the link. Yeah, I couldn't stop. Well, you get 12 burgers in your stomach that have to be digested now. The United States produces 2,200 tons of nuclear waste, and no one knows what to do with it. I do. Sounds like a fun video. Thanks. 7 minutes. Perfect.
And you said, where could I put nuclear waste that would really scare the bejesus out of people? It's hard to think of one that's worse than San Onofre nuclear generating station.
Yeah, really. They put the waste material at San Onofre. This will be a good video. Thanks for the link. Latvian girl has something. Biden blew a gasket, is having a royal meltdown about the Ukraine scandal. Sure looks and sounds like someone's panicked. Okay, Biden is freaking out because the exposure of him trying to rig elections is starting to go viral. Let's take a look at how he handles it.
I know Trump deserves to be investigated. He is violating every basic norm of a president. You should be asking him the question, why is he on the phone with a foreign leader, trying to intimidate a foreign leader?
Right.
If that's what happened. That appears what happened. You should be looking at Trump. Trump's doing this because he knows I'll beat him like a drum. And he's using the abuse of power and every element of the presidency to try to do something to smear me. Everybody looked at this, and everybody's looked at it and said there's nothing there. Ask the right question.
Well, it did look like he was willing to hold back $1 billion contract with Ukraine over his son's prosecutor being fired. I don't know about you, but that looks like abuse of power to me. But Trump's abuse of power using his office to find out dirt on Biden is also equally troubling. So both Democratic parties are involved here, and Republican parties. Okay, let's get back to what I was doing. Okay, so when I go to the Flipboard, I'm clicked on the Epstein page right here, and we're looking for the most recent Epstein folder, drone footage. Epstein's doctors are paid to medicate his sex slaves with Xanax. That just came in today. This is the story I was looking for. Here it is. I'm glad I have a backup. My backups on backups for my links. It's good. Dirty laundry, media blackout. Again, another story that didn't quite make it into the mainstream news narrative involving Jeffrey Epstein. In June of last year, decorated former Palm Beach detective Joseph Recarey died after a brief illness at the age of 50. That's basically all we know. There's nothing in the mainstream media about his death. He died way too young. That's it. Nothing there except that story. Yep. So we don't know what happened to him. His buddy is now living in Russia with possible secret information about Prince Andrew. This is kind of a breaking moment in the story. But again, I still believe that Jeffrey Epstein is alive and living and got away from the correctional facility, Metropolitan Correctional Center, MCC. Well, I don't care at this point. Biden is coming on hard. Trump's coming on hard. They both play the same style of politics. I will hand it to the Democrats. If they want to pick a contender for the election in 2020, Biden will definitely give Trump a run for the money. But if they were to pick Warren, he'd eat her alive, metaphorically speaking. I don't ever plan on faking any death, ever. No, I'm a legitimate, honest person. I'm not going to do what T. Rucker and other people do. That's crazy. Why would anyone fake their death unless they're trying to escape a crime? I don't commit crime, so I have nothing to worry about. Good. You've got some comfort. That's good. Okay, here's a story. The deep state cabal has stayed in Afghanistan for 18 years to protect the largest opium narcotic market open and for business. Yeah, that's worthwhile. We can talk about that. Look at that. This opium crop is a big part of why our government has allowed to be in Afghanistan all these years. We talk about that frequently on our show. It's one of the reasons why we've been there since the day one. Trump never talks about that, but thanks for bringing that meme in. That's certainly relevant. Yeah, things started to heat up toward the end. There was a dull period in the show, but I have to, hand it to you guys for bringing on good links. Thanks. Yeah, I don't like Warren. I've always been favorable toward Biden of all the Democrats since I was a Democrat. I don't think Biden is legit, though. I think he's been bought off. I think all the Democrats have been bought off. I felt that from the very beginning. The fact that his son profited $50,000 a month in income, Hunter, and then was being investigated by a Ukrainian, and he stepped in and held a $1 billion contract over the Ukrainian government's head. That's a total obvious abuse of power. So, but no different than Trump now trying to probe the election interest and trying to use his power to get dirt on Biden. So we've got a big problem with both parties. No question about it. Well, let's be clear. Okay, good things. I'll have to keep tabs of those links tonight. Yeah, that's all she wrote. Yeah, I didn't see the picture of the guy in the story, but this is the picture that popped out of the agent that worked on the Epstein case, dying at the age of 50. You look at that guy and you go, that guy is the spitting, living image of health. I mean, he's clearly physically active. He seems to be, fairly youthful looking in his appearance. Why would he just die at age 50? Very weird. Anyway, I'll give you that DC Dirty Laundry link if you want to look at that privately. All right, thank you everybody for coming in. I'll be on the show till about 1 a.m. in the morning. I've been trying to extend it because people say they want to see the longer shows, but I am burnt out at 1 now. I used to do the show till 2, and I'm like starting to doze at 1, so I don't need to burn out. But I'll keep the show going as long as I can in the evening, before I finally just say I gotta go. Yeah, because I have to then set up a download or an upload of the show to YouTube because they don't allow me to do a live show anymore. And then I have to leave the show rolling and uploading until I wake up in the morning and come in and turn the machines off. Say, yeah, thanks, I uploaded. But it's kind of a pain in the butt if I have to stay up the whole time. All right. Well, I'm sorry you have nothing to do until 4 a.m. They won't let me. Lot Lizard gang stalked me about 3 years ago and shut down our live YouTube show, and I've protested 2 disputes. They still refuse to accept my side. Mark, looking at Mark, he couldn't get 1 vote looking the way he looks. I look like a presidential candidate. Mark looks like somebody who's collecting money from Russian oligarchs to censor me. So. Oh, I can stay up. It's not a matter of staying up. It's a matter of how long can I stay up. You're reporting something impish? Well, I'm still pitching the show because I'm pitching the entire thing ever since I started. I'm not going to give up because people censor me. Oh yeah, Mark is tracking our show daily because he gets paid a lot of money to do it. I just can't really pinpoint how much he makes because he doesn't report a lot on his tax returns. And I haven't looked at his tax returns, but I'm sure he doesn't report a lot on his tax returns. So if he is making a lot of money, it's hidden income, and that's seriously something to look at. I don't know anything about his tax returns, though. If I had a subpoena, I could find that out, but I'm not about to do that. I am running in 2020. That's why it says David Sponheim 2020 here. I'm 3 hours behind. I'm not closing the show down now. I close it at 1 a.m. Mark says he has a Swiss bank account. Well, that answers your question, doesn't it? Here's an aftermath of a climate change rally in Hyde Park. People worried about the planet gathering in Democratic name. Talk about hypocrisy. Look at that. Climate change rally in Hyde Park, and that's the garbage they left. Yeah, see, a lot of these Democrats are just doing it for show. They pretend like they care. Well, whatever he has in his personal, private Grand Cayman accounts is between him and his financier. What we're concerned about is what he's not declaring as income. I don't care if he likes me or not. The bottom line is, if he's censoring me, that's illegal. I do have a solution. Once I become president, climate change will be a thing of the past. I'm going to be doing a thing called filtering the air. And my first order of business is to get rid of the chemtrails that they're dumping on our heads every day. So I'll be ordering the Air Force to stand down all planes involving chemicals being released in the atmosphere, and to take a vigilant view of every plane in the area flying above our houses across the nation, and stop anything in their tracks, ground them, and then arrest them for violating our airspace. What we're seeing here is not being recognized by the two-party system. This is why we need a third party. They're afraid to even raise questions about this because their lives and their money that they get from corporations has a lot to do with this. Whatever climate change is happening is a result of this, and we can stop this. We can also filter the air. And there's lots of plans to do that. All right, thank you for coming in. It's been a great show. I'll be back on Monday with our Conspiracy Monday show, and hopefully we'll be able to bring in some new information about what's going on with this whistleblower thing that Trump is stonewalling Adam Schiff about. Hopefully we'll get some truth behind that and find out what happened there. Yeah. Okay, so this is me signing off for another Sustainable Saturday. Mr. Wright signing off. Take care, everyone. Good night.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. We found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.